may be sure that Clyde Drexler, nearing the age of 30, in his 9th year in the league, can recite this list. You may also be sure that he's familiar with another group, Elgin Baylor, Pistol Pete Maravich, Bob Lanier, Dave Bing, all-time NBA performers who left the game without a championship. In a team game where so much escapes the control of any single player, Clyde Drexler knows that the expectations weighing on him are neither right nor fair, but they are real and they are obsessive. He must have noted the enormous relief last year as Michael Jordan rescued his career from these demands. And now, with Portland trailing 2-1, Clyde Drexler must surely know that he's playing for his own place in NBA history. It is neither right nor fair, but it is fact, and the time is now.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1992 NBA Finals. Tonight, Game 4 between the Chicago Bulls and the Portland Trail Blazers.
12,884 Blazer Maniacs are filing into Memorial Coliseum. For 3 years, they've been waiting for this team to fulfill its promise to deliver a second NBA title to this city. A win tonight, and they've got a shot at it. But a loss would make it a virtual impossibility. No team has ever recovered from a 3-1 deficit to win the NBA Finals. So much is riding on the performance of Clyde Drexler, averaging 24.7 in this series, but held to just 43% shooting by Chicago's disruptive defense. Relaxed and smiling before the game, but he knows what his team and his city expect of him. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Costas, and welcome again to Portland for Game 4. We're wondering tonight if a couple of statistical oddities will be extended, and if they are, it's bad news for the Blazers. In a league where home court advantage is said to mean so much, when in fact it's the thing you play the entire regular season in order to secure in the playoffs, the road team has now won 12 of the last 15 games in the finals. And the Western Conference champs have now lost 9 straight home games, dating back to the Laker defeats against the Pistons at the Forum in 1989. Now, speaking of the Lakers, Magic Johnson rejoins us tonight after a 2-game absence following the birth of his son. Consider Magic's plight, leaving the side of mother and newborn child in order to spend quality time with Marv and the Czar. How genuinely troubling. Marvelous?
Yes, Bob, and we will try to make Magic feel right at home. The Czar will cry every 15 minutes. For Portland Magic, it has been over these first 3 games a subpar performance for 3 key players and a struggle that really has played a major role in their problem area.
Yes, in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, Portland was averaging 118 points and shooting well over 50%. In this series, in the finals, only 96 points and well up under 50% shooting. And 3 reasons for that is Drexler, Kersey, and Robinson, 49, 52, 47 in the first 3 rounds, but in the finals, only 43, 41, and 33. They must shoot better from the outside if they're going to beat the Chicago Bulls team tonight.
And how do you explain Terry Porter managing only 7 shots in Game 3 on Sunday?
2 reasons for that. One is Portland needs to run more. Terry Porter scores most of his points in transition. Number 2, pick and roll play. Terry Porter's favorite play, Chicago is double-teaming him, making him pass it. That's the reason he's struggling.
One other aspect, Mike, for the most part, the Chicago Bulls have succeeded in forcing the Blazers to play their style, their tempo.
Well, no question, tempo is the password, and the team that's controlled the best to this point has been the winner. Portland wants a wide-open style of play, fueled by their aggressive defense, and they have great finishes at the end. And even though at times Chicago appears like they want a fast break back, they're just pretending. What the Bulls want is a patient half-court attack. A lot of ball movement, a lot of body movement. Play unselfishly, share the basketball. In the end, wind up with a very high percentage shot. And this type of patient offense has frustrated the Trailblazer defense. The Trailblazers in the half court have wound up taking one dribble, one quick shot, a low percentage shot at that, and it has not been effective. So the tempo's been controlled by the Bulls. They lead 2-1.
All right, you can hear the crowd reacting as the lineups are about to be introduced. Coming up, Game 4 of the NBA Final, Clyde Drexler and his Trailblazers seek to tie the series at 2.
There's a first time for everything. Your first love, first kiss, first date, first job, and your first new car. For more people, that first new car is Chevy Cavalier. A simple, solid value that'll get you through the changes until the next first time. The cars more people depend on. And now it's easy to win with the heartbeat.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar made a little bet with his good friend Larry Bird.
I'll tell you what, I bet you can't eat just one. One Lay's potato chip. One potato chip.
Kareem failed to mention that these were new Lay's potato chips.
It's a real bet. And if you lose, then I win the bet.
Crunchier Lay's potato chips with more potato taste. So they're more irresistible than ever.
Just one? I can't believe you did this to me. Oh, no, it's you, man. It's you. All right.
New Lay's potato chips, now more than ever, too good to eat just one. Up here, time doesn't fly. So it's no surprise they brew their beers longer than any other major brewery. The Coors family of fine beers. Golden, Colorado, since 1873.
On NBC is brought to you by the Coors family of fine beers. Original Coors, Coors Light, and Coors Extra Gold. Golden, Colorado since 1873. By Chevrolet, the cars and trucks more people depend on. And by AT&T, the right choice.
A beautiful 75-degree day in the city of Roses, Portland, Oregon. As we check out the starting lineup, John Paxson and Michael Jordan at the guards for the Chicago Bulls, Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen up front. The center, Bill Cartwright. Starting lineup for the Bulls, coached by Phil Jackson, one of only 9 men to win NBA titles as a player, and head coach Terry Porter and Clyde Drexler open in the backcourt for the Trailblazers, Buck Williams and Jerome Kersey on the front line. The center, Kevin Duckworth. The coach of the Portland Trailblazers, Rick Adelman, who was a 7th-round draft pick out of Loyola of California back in '68, taken by this Portland franchise. Now let's go to a man who hails from the city of Roses and has been doing a nice job for the Chamber of Commerce during the course of the week. Here's Portland's own Ahmad Rashad.
Thank you, Marv. Have I mentioned what a wonderful city Portland is? That's another thing. I visited the Trailblazers locker room before the game. Very loose atmosphere. I talked to Clyde Drexler, who a lot of pressure will be on tonight. He said not only did he feel optimistic, but very confident. On the other end, Michael Jordan, who had a badly bruised left heel, is wearing a little bit of a pad. I asked him how it felt. He said it has to feel good because it is game time. Marv?
Thank you, Ahmad. Yes, Michael Jordan bothered by the heel problem. Also Sunday night in Game 3, took a knee in his thigh, came up hobbling. Darrell Garrison, Dick Bavetta, Joe Crawford are the officials. And Terry Porter moves it across against John Paxson. And let's see how they look to involve Porter right at the start to get him going. Duckworth putting the move on Cartwright. And it's last touch. Let's see, the officials conferring last touch by Portland, so it will be Chicago ball. And Scottie Pippen moves across. Horace Grant, bothered by Buck Williams. Michael Jordan, played by Clyde Drexler. Jordan with a tough angle jumper. And rebounded by Porter. Drexler being guarded by Jordan. Kersey. Once again, it will be Chicago possession.
Well, the idea is right at both ends of the floor for Portland thus far. Very aggressive at the defensive end. They're up in passing lanes, challenging. At the offensive end, put it on the floor, take it to the basket, try to create.
Cartwright had a notion to shoot, but gave it up. Jordan. Beautiful shot by Jordan, able to squeeze inside and go glass.
Boy, he caught the big man, Duckworth, coming at him, and he just went right inside of him and Clyde Drexler.
And a traveling violation is called.
Jordan was waiting for the screen to come over by Cartwright, trying to force the switch, and then he knows that he's either got Cartwright rolling or, that time, a good look at the front of the rim.
I know it's early, but right at the start, both clubs look to be sharp in contrast to what we saw on Sunday night. Both teams looking tired, and this building was very hot and humid.
And also, Marv, too, that both teams are starting off in a different way. They're going inside, and that's why you probably see a better game tonight. Well rested, as well as now picking and choosing when to run and when not to run.
Foul committed by Duckworth, sending Cartwright to the line.
And it's exactly why Chicago likes to open up early and get the ball down low inside to Bill Cartwright to try and put fouls on the opposing center. It's been a problem for Duckworth the entire season. He has spent a lot of early minutes in ball games sitting down. They need him on the floor. In the one win that Portland has thus far, he has played over 40 minutes.
Bill Cartwright had huge problems at the foul line earlier in the playoffs, but he has come on as of late. The Bulls 3, and the Blazers nothing. And Kersey threw the foul. It's called on Jordan, so Michael went for the fake and picks up the early foul.
You know, many times this would not be called a foul on Michael, but they got him in the air. The contact took place. They've got to call it early. He's out exposed. Easy to see by everyone in the building. Got to make that call.
Duckworth blocked by Cartwright.
Well, this is a different Portland team right here. They're starting off inside. Here it is. Duckworth is taking it to Cartwright. Cartwright got a foul on Duckworth. Last time down, this time it's Duckworth getting a foul on Cartwright. So we're 1-1. We're even right now in foul.
They isolate Duckworth on Cartwright. Grant came over to help. Kersey. His shot has been way off. Jordan pulls up for three. Yes! Michael Jordan put on the three-point exhibition back in Game 1 of this series. He tied an NBA Finals record by hitting 6. Since then, he has not been able to hit from three-point land. The Bulls with a 6-0 lead. Jordan faking the three-pointer.
And there's that fake fast break by Chicago again.
And the end result, the layup for Pippen, and Rick Adelman needs a timeout.
20-second timeout.
It is a 20-second timeout.
But something that Michael Jordan had done so well in Game 1, then in Games 2 and 3, not so well. Pulls it out of his pocket early here in Game number 4. Jordan with the three-pointer in transition. If the defense collapses too far back, Michael will pull up and take it if he gets a good look and gets his feet set.
Well, Game 4 this best of 7 opening up for the Chicago Bulls, who jump in front 8-0. Looking back, recapping the series, game 1, it was Jordan with that 3-point display, leading Chicago to the blowout. The Bulls blew a 10-point lead in the final 4.5 minutes of Game 2 in Chicago last Friday night. Danny Ainge triggering that comeback, and Portland won in overtime. Game 3 here on Sunday, not a well-played game. Horace Grant with that balanced all-around game, and Chicago was able to win by 10 for the 2-1 lead. And this crowd looking to urge the Trailblazers on. They're down 8-zip right at the start. Duckworth rebounded by Jordan.
And just the full court pressure accomplished what Chicago wanted. They got a hurried shot. They're back on the attack again.
Jordan was stopped. Drexler putting the move on. Drexler was looking for the contact. Pippen with the feed for Jordan. And the foul is called. It's on Kersey.
See, the difference between the two teams is Chicago will make the extra pass. Here it is, a steal. Good team defense. Drexler's going to break off. But he has no lane here. Watch the defense by Chicago, give him really no lane. He has to make a tough shot. But really, the difference between the two teams is the 4 times that Chicago has come down, they made the extra pass to get the basket. Portland had a chance to make 2 passes. Duckworth should have passed that ball back to Drexler. He could have went in for a dunk. He took the jump shot, missed. Back on the other end for an easy shot for Michael. And that's the difference between the two teams. They're making an extra pass. Chicago, Portland is not.
Talking to Michael Jordan prior to the game, I asked, would he try to come out quickly or would he wait to see what develops? He said he wanted to see how his heel feels, and then he would make the determination. Well, he's come out fast, hitting that 3-pointer. Drexler. So the Blazers go 3.5 minutes without a score. Chicago now leads 10-2. Jordan had missed his last 6 from 3-point range before hitting a moment ago. Jordan had it knocked away, and Portland gets it back.
Chicago said they only want one more practice. So if they only want one more practice, meaning they don't have to win this game, Michael Jordan, you knew, had to come out early and have a quick start.
And the foul called on Grant. So that's the motivation. Stay away from the practice sessions.
That's right. Well, you figure if they win tonight, they only got one more practice, they feel, which will be tomorrow, and try to close them out on Friday. And that's their thinking. They want only one more practice. Win tonight, close it out on Friday. Let's go home, and the season is over.
Let's go back earlier in the beginning of the game when Magic mentioned the fact that this would be a much better game than the last one because of the rest, the time they've had to prepare. What you've seen so far are a number of fouls from guys who are edgy, guys who are hyper right now. Up in the air on the slightest little fake, coming down on top of people. That's because they've had a couple days off. They've wanted to get this game underway. You see them very anxious in the beginning here.
Bulls 10, the Blazers 3. Jordan for Cartwright. And Pippen able to get to it. Scottie Pippen, who comes off an excellent all-around game, provides a 12-3 advantage.
Defensive rebounding, one of the keys for Portland to get their transition game going. You've got to give Chicago only one shot. They're shooting over 50% in this series as a team.
Kersey, yes. Duckworth and Cartwright got entangled. They both went down. Cartwright was complaining wanted a foul called on Duckworth. Bulls lead 12-5. Well, Jordan is looking for the three-pointer once again tonight. Cartwright off a pick and roll. Yes.
If you're Coach Phil Jackson, you got to love this tempo so far. It's a good tempo for Chicago. Not a lot of running and gunning, and they're handling the Portland Trailblazers just at their speed.
Williams strip. 3-on-2. Pippen with the change of pace. And he's given the Bulls a 16-5 lead.
And the key right there is the tempo changed because Chicago saw it had the numbers. 3-2, they take advantage of the fast break instead of pulling out. 3 against 3, they pull it back out.
Portland Portland taking another timeout. 6:40 remaining in the first.
Tan. From mocha to khaki, beige to desert sand, tan's a color with 1,000 faces. A color that always seems to say, hey pal, how about me? And you say, of course. Tan. Couldn't be easier. And nobody does tan like Dockers.
Maybe your first car shouldn't be a car.
I was 18, didn't have a care, working for peanuts, not a dime to spare.
Get this Chevy S10 EL pickup with cash back for around $8,000. Chevrolet. The trucks you can depend on. The trucks that last.
Like a rock, like a rock.
Start with some small talk. Hi, Dad. Hey, how's the fishing? You're an AT&T customer, right? Because I'm with this MCI friends and family thing. And can I have him call you? Have him call you. Can I have him call you?
At AT&T, your family is your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
It's just not worth it.
Starting this Friday at McDonald's, you can get Batman Returns on the dramatic series of superheroic collector cups, topped off with flying crispy bat disc lids straight from the movie. Because what you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
He's got a 5-iron. No, it's the Grooming Edge from Black & Decker. He clears the rough, now with a twist. He edges the bunker. Oh, what a shot. He grooms. He edges. The Black & Decker Grooming Edge, the trimmer, with a competitive edge.
Well, in the opening minutes, we saw Michael Jordan going to the three-point field goal. He had very little success since his opening game exploits, and we talked about that earlier.
I've kind of put that in the closet. You know, I really hadn't tried to live on that three-point shot. I mean, initially, you know, it was a shot that they were giving me, and I took it. I don't think that they are aware of my outside shot, but I don't think I have to make that known anymore, and I'm certainly not trying to look for threes, and it really takes me out of my game, my normal game.
Well, you know what's happening is he sees that the opening, they're giving him a three-point, and he's taking it. Now, Michael is not a three-point shooter, but if the opportunity is there, just like myself, if the opportunity is there, I can take it and knock it down if my feet are set. Same with him.
Duckworth getting inside. He blew the layup. And again, that time, it was deflected. 16-5, Chicago. And Jordan able to penetrate. Sets up Grant. Bulls 18 and the Blazers 5.
And Grant was responsible for that whole series at the defensive end, challenging the shots, forcing Duckworth to miss. At the offensive end, on the glass. Grant, terrific series so far.
And a terrific alley-oop pass from Kersey to Drexler.
Reason being, on that time, Porter set an excellent back pick on Michael Jordan to get Drexler free.
Terry Porter yet to take a shot in this first quarter. Drexler with a wild three-pointer.
See the difference between Michael Jordan's three and Clyde's three. Michael Jordan was on Clyde Drexler. He shouldn't have taken that shot. Michael Jordan took his three with nobody there.
Actually, we've seen it through this series, and of course during the season with Portland, a club that you face on so many occasions. Nice play. Drexler got a piece of that drive by Jordan. Clyde Drexler, no question, is one of the top players in the league. Here's Kersey wide open, but it won't count. Foul away from the ball. Foul committed on by Buck Williams. But would you explain the shot selection of Clyde Drexler? From time to time, he will just hoist shots from all angles. The same can be said of Terry Porter.
Well, what's happening, if you've been doing it during the season and the first 3 rounds of the playoff, you continue to do it. And they have continued to play the same way they have been playing in the first 3 rounds, and that's taking shots that normally other people and other teams would would not take.
And Joe Crawford with the pushing indication on Pippen. Here's Danny Ainge checking in along with Cliff Robinson. Danny Ainge did not shoot well on Sunday, but had the excellent game of an overtime victory Friday night in Chicago. Cliff Robinson has been in a struggle. This time he goes down low and guns it back out. Robinson only 2 for 11 Sunday night. Drexler rolls 20, and the Trailblazers 9. Jordan. Porter. And Ainge in the backcourt. Williams up front with Drexler and Robinson. And the pass off the mark.
Sometimes, even with a 6'10 guy flying at you, you wind up getting just enough look, and Grant challenged it, but that time, bottom of the net for Drexler.
But that time, too, he had a lot of airspace in between him and Graham, and that was a good shot to Clyde.
Cliff Robinson banging for Phil Cartwright. Robinson felt that Cartwright pushed back at him and should have been called for the foul, but it's on Robinson.
In fact, in game number 3, this exact same thing happened. As soon as Robinson wound up coming in the game and he played Cartwright, they went to Cartwright, the Bulls, and there was a foul immediately by Robinson. If it happens too often, you've got to switch Buck Williams over to play Cartwright, a more physical player.
Pippen? Yes. Scottie Pippen off to the fast start. He has 8 points. He's hit on 4 out of 5. The Bulls 22. The Blazers 9.
That's a mismatch for Danny Ainge to be playing Scottie Pippen. He's going to take him down low every time.
Robinson to the left hand. And Pippen trying to save. Stepped out of bounds. I see Cliff Robinson is back to the red headband. He did shed the headband looking for better fortune as he was struggling with the shot the other night.
We showed moments ago the points off turnovers that have taken place so far in this game, and the team that has committed the fewest turnovers has won each game in the first 3 thus far.
Just under 3 remaining in the first. Ainge trying to give it up. Another turnover by the Trailblazers. Paxson for 3. Terry Porter yet to take a shot. Robinson, yes. So that has to feel good for Cliff Robinson, who has not been able to hit the outside shot. The Bulls 22, the Blazers 11. Ainge with the steal. Here's Drexler for Robinson. And the Bulls want to talk it over.
Taking out Big Dave, our cameraman, with the extra effort.
And Robinson able to put it home.
Olympic decathlete Dan O'Brien wears Ray-Ban sunglasses because they block glare. Diver Wendy Williams to protect herself from harmful UV rays. And long jumper Mike Powell for the distortion-free lenses. At least, that's what they told us. See for yourself during Ray-Ban Sunglasses' special 30-day trial, now through August 31st at participating retailers. Ray-Ban Sunglasses by Bausch & Lomb, proud sponsor of the 1992 U.S. Olympic team.
It's all been thought out. All engineered. Precisely where you want it. So where would you put a cockpit like this? In a rocket, of course. Introducing Achieva by Oldsmobile. Never has so much thought gone into this much fun. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering. He's waited for the acclaim, waited to be an all-star, waited to return to the NBA Finals. Now Clyde Drexler's patience has paid off, as he's earned the ultimate honor, U.S. Olympian. Clyde Drexler, one to watch this summer on NBC.
Just before the timeout, Danny Ainge hustling after the loose ball and winds up going into Dave Hagan. Our cameraman was at a trip by Big Dave, trying to take Danny out of the action. Some of the hazards of being on the sideline.
Dave took the hit well. Very physical player.
Great bounce back ability by the big guy. Turnovers, the key factor so far. Portland with an inability to protect the basketball. The team that scores points off turnovers clearly has a decisive edge in this series so far.
Well, usually what it does is it translates into a slam dunk or easy layup for either team. And that's why you see there today off turnovers 13-3 favoring the Bulls so far.
Coming up on 2 minutes remaining in this opening quarter, the Chicago Bulls 22, Portland Trailblazers 13.
What about the theory, Magic, of teams that get out to big, quick leads early in NBA games? Not always the best thing that happens.
Well, that's true. But if you're on the road, I know with myself, I like to get out to early leads to take the crowd out of it.
Robinson missed the tip, but Williams right there. And the Blazers have come back. They are now down by 7. Jordan Battling, and he will go to the foul line. Portland with 6 unanswered to move within 7. Chicago has led by as many as 13. They led 18-5. They led 20-7. They were up 22-9. Cliff Robinson called for his second foul. Cliff Robinson's mother flew into Portland for the game on Sunday. That's usually a good omen. Cliff said he always plays better when his mom is in the stands, so Cliff went out with his mother watching and hit one of his first 9 and 2 for 11, a rough day.
Well, the only difference is probably when Mom was coming to see him play against those other teams, he could get off, but now he's playing against the Bulls, and the competition is a lot better, and you're talking about Scottie Pippen instead of probably playing against somebody like Sacramento or somebody.
Oh, watch it.
Well, he understands.
Wasn't there some interest on your part in getting involved in the ownership of the Sacramento Kings?
It still is.
Turning on them now. Wait a second now.
No. Just speaking reality.
I see. Okay. Illegal defense call for the first time. Scott Williams has checked in. Williams replacing Cartwright, and he's guarding Williams. Buck Williams being guarded by Scott Williams. And B.J. Armstrong on the floor for the first time, replacing John Paxson. 1:05 to go in this opening quarter. Grant with the post-up move. Garrison checking it out with Joey Crawford.
Excellent call.
What's interesting as they fight for possession there in the tip by Buck, both players who are shooting over 60%, Buck at one end and Grant at the other end, both wind up missing 4-footers, which they normally make.
Here's Pippen. from the floor. Here's Porter again for three. And Pippen gets to it. Jordan with the save and the stop. Down to 11 seconds to go, first quarter. The Bulls lead 26-18. Drexler for three. So that is the end of the first quarter. The Bulls 26 and the Blazers 18.
Michael, the quick look down the floor. Michael by himself in that right foot, almost on the out-of-bounds line.
So Michael Jordan with 11 points to lead the Bulls.
Oldsmobile knows that all your roads won't be sunny roads. That's why the all-new Oldsmobile 88 Royale LS offers you advanced traction engineering. The combination of anti-lock brakes, traction control, and road-holding front-wheel drive. The three elements to beat the elements. Oldsmobile, the power of intelligent engineering.
Their mission, unofficial. Their target, unauthorized. Their courage, unbelievable. Aces, Iron Eagle 3, the best and final mission, rated R. Starts Friday at a theater near you.
Isn't it wonderful? A tire so special, it may last as long as you own your car. The XH4. Congratulations. It's a Michelin.
3M salutes the Olympic athletes who found a better way. Whose ideas were so original, there's no going back. That same innovative thinking helped us invent fiber optic products like FiberLock, a vital link in worldwide communications. 3M, innovation working for you.
He's in Manhattan on Wednesday, Frankfurt on Thursday, Paris, Rome, and Vienna after that. He believes it's better to do business across a table than over a fax machine. This year, he'll fly more than 100,000 miles with us because he knows nobody understands him better than we do. At Delta, when we say we love to fly and it shows, this is where it shows.
Back here at Portland Memorial Coliseum, I'm Ahmad Rashad, joined now by Maxine Duckworth, Kevin's mother. Now, Kevin has so many weird pets. Where did he come up with this weird pet thing?
Kevin has always been a lover of animals, wild, tame, anything. He loves them. And one time, Kevin had some bats in the house in a box, and I wasn't aware of it. Bats, pigeons, pigs, anything. I don't even know where he got them from.
Well, you know what he's got now? He's got 4 tanks of fish, 3 dogs, a lizard, another iguana, and he also has a goose named Garfield.
Yes, and I was playing with him today. His monitor is a lizard, and his name is Homie.
All right, speaking of Homie, let's go back to my homie, Marv Albert.
Okay. Thank you, Ahmad. I think Kevin will be a lovely guy to room with, don't you say?
I don't think so. That was a beautiful pass right there. Backdoor play. Went into Pippen, and they double-teaming on Duckworth, and Williams went backdoor, and beautiful pass from Pippen.
Chicago opened up by reeling off the first 10 points of the game. Robinson has regained the touch. That's his second from outside. Bulls lead 28-20. Bulls have led by as many as 13. They shot 50% in the first quarter, 52% to this point. Portland 8 for 23 from the field in the first. Scottie Pippen with a wide-open shot. He's 5 for 7. He has 10 points.
You think of how many times Chicago takes a shot with both feet on the ground set versus how many times Portland moments ago. After the post-up, double team on Pippen, just move it out the ball, and Chicago plays so unselfishly. They give it up to open teammates, and it has been such a factor, the assist ratio in this particular series. 32+ versus 18+. When you pass the ball and get high percentage shots, you get scores, then you get a lot of assists.
The reason they get those open jump shots is penetration. The last time BJ penetrated to the middle, kicked it back out to Pippen for the wide open standstill jump shot.
Chicago foul was called on Scott Williams. Bill Cartwright's return. Williams remains. And Scottie Pippen picks up his second.
You know, you go back to Magic's playing days and some of the incredible numbers he had as a point guard with assists, and I'm sure Magic will be the first to admit that if those guys he's passing the ball to are not making shots on given nights, you just don't wind up getting a lot of assists. It helps to have teammates that knock them down.
Exactly, and know you have to know where everybody's going to be at that given time. You know, I used to know Byron Scott loved the corner, so I penetrate and look for him in the corner.
Duckworth getting inside and drew the foul. Nice setup for Kevin Duckworth.
Well, they ran a triangle offense that time. They passed it from the wing to the center of the court to Porter, and then triangle down to Cartwright for two. Excuse me, Duckworth for two.
It's all angles, knowing where to get the ball to so that eventually you can make the right pass, and angles certainly help to keep it away from the defensive player. Slowly the Trailblazers have chipped away after being down 10-zip, 16-5, 18-7. Now they're right back 30-23, slowly getting back into the basketball game.
Cartwright goes to the jumper. Porter met by Jordan. Here's Robinson. Try to finger roll it off a difficult angle. Cliff Livingston just came on. And Ames gets to it. Ames in corner in the backcourt. Here's Robinson giving it up to Kersey. Ames for three. Trailblazers are within four. Armstrong with the step. Yes. Nice play by B.J. Armstrong. Off the dribble and hitting the pull-up, giving Chicago a 6-point edge. Robinson forced into the bad shot by Williams. Ames and Jordan starts back. Blazers get back.
You know, Cliff Robinson trying to give the official clap in his hand saying, come on, make the call. That's a terrible shot. You're not going to get called on shots that are not good shots. Officials understand the game.
He forced that jump shot. He forced the contact. That's why he didn't get a call.
Foul committed by Ames, and a timeout has been taken.
The Dream Team plays for the first time Sunday, June 28th on NBC.
I'm Spike. My house. And these are my air raid sneakers. Tim Hardaway's going to show us how to shoot when the wind's up. I got skills. It's ugly, but deadly. Note the ugly lack of spin. Observe the ugly lookable action. See the ugly release. Any questions?
Yeah. What do you do if it rains?
You ran a movie. Do the right thing. Jungle Fever. She's gonna have it. School day.
The sports car of sports cars is
is now the convertible of convertibles. Introducing the 300ZX convertible from Nissan.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Nissan, built for the human race. By Coca-Cola Classic, the official soft drink of the NBA. And by the people at Nike, who encourage you to just do it.
Well, in his 9th season, perennial all-star Clyde Drexler is getting another chance at winning an NBA championship. We asked Clyde, how much does this second chance at a title mean to him?
When you throw the ball up in October in the exhibition season, this is what you're thinking about. And once you've made it, you got to do the best you can. And for us, getting here the second time is very special, but also we want to win it. And so there's nothing sweeter than the smell of success. And that's what we're searching for now.
Well, you know, it's difficult, first of all, just getting to the finals, not alone winning one. I mean, that's so hard. And then what Michael is trying to do, win back-to-back, that's even more difficulty. So Clyde really wants to win. I mean, he's worked hard to get this team back here two times, in the last 3 years. And, you know, this is his chance right now. He may never get another chance.
Magic, earlier in the playoffs when the Bulls were struggling, having problems against clubs like the Knicks and the Cavaliers, Michael Jordan said it, Scottie Pippen said it, others said that they don't seem to have the same hunger as they did a year ago. And some people criticized that. Did you guys, with the Lakers, ever lack the hunger second, third time around?
Well, I don't, you know what, I think the words were crossed up. They had the hunger, but what happens is they didn't know it was going to be this hard. That's what it was. They didn't know that New York was going to play them as tough as they did, and then Cleveland come out and give them the same sort of difficulty. You know, maybe they thought it was going to be a little easier.
Enos Wadley has come on for the first time. Clyde Drexler back on the floor. Duckworth battling for position with Cartwright. 4 minutes gone by in the second. The Bulls by 8. They've led by as many as 13. Here's Robinson. Yes. Robinson with his 4th field goal. So he has turned it around here in the first half following that 2 for 11 on Sunday night.
You know, after the fatigue factor that we saw in game number 3 where Michael Jordan was very tired early in the game, he has now played over 16 straight minutes for Chicago to start this game out.
Armstrong with the save. Here's Scott Williams. Offensive foul. And for Williams, that's his 3rd personal.
That might have been the toughest play in terms of Scott Williams should have passed that ball to Cartwright. He was wide open on the other side of the basket. Instead, he takes it in, good position, charging foul.
And that's what happens when you have guys doing things they're not used to doing. Scott Williams is not used to putting it on the floor for 16 feet, trying to create off the dribble. He's an interior passer, but not on the move off the dribble.
B.J. Armstrong called for the foul. The Bulls 34, the Trailblazers 28. Chicago with a front line of Cartwright, Livingston, Grant. Grant replacing Williams. Drexler around Livingston. Clyde Drexler with a sensational drive.
That time, rather than settling for the outside shot, Clyde put it on the floor, took it to the basket, got a very high percentage shot.
Jordan, yes. Michael Jordan has 15 points. The Bulls 36, and the Blazers 30. Just under 7 remaining first half. Robinson. Watley able to rescue. Robinson with possession. Fouled by Grant.
You can settle for jump shots, but they're not going to be high percentage shots. Or you can put it on the floor and try to get 12 inches from the rim, and you're usually going to score. Michael Jordan always trying to improve his shot position, the ability to put it on the floor and create.
Lights everything you want a beer to be.
I didn't think she'd come.
I knew she'd come.
Yes.
The new Nissan truck has more power and torque than any truck in its class. Yet it gets the best gas mileage of any import brand. The most power and the best gas mileage. How do they do that?
Come on, you know the rules when we have a show to do. And you, Ed Hall, our announcer. Ed, what are the rules when we have a show to do and there's an NBA game on?
The rules are when we have a show to do and there's an NBA game on, you get the best seat.
Thank you. I love this game.
Yes! All right.
For America's Olympic hopefuls, the moment of truth is now. Now is the time for Kim Zemesco, the world's current champion, to reign supreme. Now is the time for Shannon Miller to steal the spotlight. Who will be America's Olympians in Barcelona? The U.S. Olympic Gymnastics Trials, live this weekend on NBC.
Michael Jordan being able to take the basketball where he wants to. That first step is the one where he loses Drexler, and then Clyde never goes up to challenge the shot at the end. You got to get a hand in the shooter's face, or at least try and get a piece of that basketball.
And two, Mike, I thought that Enos Watley should have came over and made Michael Jordan kick it to PJ instead of letting Michael just split between them and take that easy shot.
It's one of the things they said after game one. We've got to give help on Jordan. You can't expect Clyde to play him by himself.
Nobody can.
That foul a moment ago committed by Horace Grant put Chicago over the limit. Cliff Robinson was not a good free throw shooter to the line for the first time, but Cliff has had a good shooting game from the field. He's 4 for 8 points. He's had his problems in this final series. That 7 for 14 impressive, but much of it was done during garbage time. The game was out of reach. I'll explain that to you, Czar.
And now in this series, from the foul line, Cliff Robinson 6 for 14 from the free throw line.
Coming up on the Prudential halftime report, Bob Costas, Quinn Buckner will be joined live on the set by former Trailblazer Bill Walton. Walton, of course, the man in the middle here in Portland when the Blazers won their only title back in 1977. Shot clock at 2. And it's a 24-second violation. Also coming up at halftime, we'll see the other Michael Jackson, joined by Michael Jordan for his latest music video entitled Jam. We'll bring you a sneak preview that's coming up on the Prudential halftime report.
In that last series, Magic had just talked about getting some help on Michael from Enos Watley. Well, that time Enos helped, and as soon as he turned his head, B.J. Armstrong ran to the deep corner. That's where Michael found him with the open pass.
The double up on Drexler, and Grant was able to help out on Duckworth for the recovery. Here's Duckworth. Yes. Magic Kevin Duckworth hit that shot, but he's the only man you ever see on a pick and roll, and he ends up taking a shot from the outside.
The only center, big man that I know that always likes to fade to the corner instead of go all the way to the hoop and dunk it or lay it in. And that's why Chicago's defense can come over, because they'll let him have that jump shot. They don't want to give it to him, but they'll let him have. They'll settle for that more than a layup or a dunk.
Nicely done. Robinson finding Drexler. 10 points for Drexler. Bulls for the 38-34 lead. And it's a blocking foul charge to Buck Williams. For Buck, his second.
Second team foul.
Underneath the basket, Michael lost sight of where Drexler was just for a split second, and with his size and jumping ability, you can throw it up over the top. Now, whether or not it's a block or a charge, no question. Buck Williams never got there in time as Jordan tried to come off the screen.
second team foul committed by Portland. Cliff Robinson. Here's the cheers as he sits down. Michael Jordan departs with 15. Robinson leaves with 8.
Now right here you see that Edelman decided not to take Drexler out with Jordan on the bench. Looks like Clyde's going to play a lot of minutes tonight because it's a must-win situation for them.
Livingston. Oh, what a play by Horace Grant, keeping it alive and then getting position to hit high off the glass.
Well, for Chicago right now, look at the bodies you have that you got to worry about on the glass. You have Pippen out there, you have Livingston, Grant, and Cartwright.
Here's Porter. That's 2-point range. Well, Terry Porter was his second field goal. And the Bulls lead by 4. Grant continues his excellent play. He had the strong all-around game on Sunday night and solid right throughout this series. Blazers have hit their last 5, make it 6. The Bulls by 4. Now Chicago got off to that blistering start. They led 10-0. They led 18-5. They led 20-7. And Portland has been able to come right back. That foul was called on Drexler.
The live bodies of the Chicago Bulls keeping it alive under the basket. Grant with the offensive rebound. And then when you give it to him the set offense and he's only 3 or 4 feet from the basket, he's going to convert that way. No question why he shoots over 60% or high 50s for the entire season because of his shot selection, where he gets the basketball. It's a lot of hard work.
Livingston posting up on Kersey. Portland on the run. Drexler whipping by Pippen. Had too much on it. Pippen. And it will be Portland ball.
Well, here comes Clyde again. Now what? Scottie Pippen make this move like he's going to come over and block, but he got right out the way and made Clyde go off balance. An excellent defensive move by Scottie Pippen.
Portland on fire in the second quarter. They have hit 9 of 14 after the 4 shooting first quarter. Drexler tripped by Pippen. And that's number 3 on Pippen.
The quick move, first step by Drexler, a long one, and then Pippen knows he's beat, so tries to reach from behind to get the flick.
Michael Jordan returns. Scottie Pippen sitting down with 10 points, 3 assists. Clyde Drexler to the line for the first time, and he's 28 for 29 from the line in this series. Well, he had hit 28 in a row.
That's what usually happens when you say good things about somebody at the free throw line. They usually miss them. But Clyde has been getting the majority of his points at the free throw line in this series.
Which tells us that he really hasn't been his usual offensive presence.
Exactly. Michael's been doing an excellent job on him defensively. And he has to be getting his point at the free throw line.
We're approaching 3 minutes to go. First half, Cartwright showing the nice touch. That's his 4th field goal. 9 points for Bill Cartwright. The Bulls 44 and the Blazers 39. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad from Portland. And the ball goes back to the Bulls, but first a timeout taken by Phil Jackson. 2:53 left in the second quarter.
The sports car of sports cars is now the convertible of convertibles. Introducing the 300ZX convertible from Nissan.
20 years ago, they were killed in action. Now they've been brought back to life.
Waiting instructions.
But all it takes is one memory to awaken them. Universal Soldier, rated R, starts Friday, July 10th at a theater near you.
Isn't it wonderful? A tire so special, it may last as long as you own your car. The XH4. Congratulations. It's a Michelin.
Cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its real draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
See it first on Today. Tuesday, Today broke ground in an unprecedented live viewer call-in with Bill Clinton. Tomorrow, another Today exclusive. Call in and talk with Ross Perot live when he joins Katie Couric. Ask Ross Perot about the issues beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow on the show America loves to watch. Today.
Well, the Bulls have a 5-point lead. All the discussion, well, much of it after game number 3 revolved around the fact that Terry Porter managed only 7 shots. He's had only 3 shots here in the first half, although he's hit 2, so Terry's still not getting into the offense.
It's something they put in yesterday. They brought out the old 1 set, and it's designed so that Terry Porter can run off this man, come down around a double, anything to free up Porter for more shots. At this point, only 3 attempts in the first half. Another point of emphasis yesterday in practice was to screen people. They spent a lot of time doing a simple thing like setting good screens. You could see the Trailblazers come out and be more aggressive in putting their bodies on defensive players. If you don't screen defensive players, you're not going to get your shooters open.
Good defensive sequence here by Portland. Dick Bavetta waves it off. And he's called a foul on the Trailblazers. That's number 2 on Drexler. Getting back to the subject of Porter, look at the foul committed by Drexler. At least he has not forced the shots.
And it was a big area of concern going into the game because you had Porter only getting 7 shots. He was concerned. You had Robinson going 2 for 11. You had Percy shooting the ball bad. Everybody can't try to get off early at the same time. It doesn't work that way.
Percy knocked it away. Livingston recovering. Shot clock down to 3. That's a 3-point attempt. Here's Percy. We have seen very little of Jerome Percy getting to the open floor.
Well, see, this is what Portland needs more of, transition points. Michael Jordan takes a 3-point, a long shot. They can run off a long shot, long misses.
Duckworth with the rebound. Blazers down by only 3. Here's Buck Williams. And Drexler with the putback. He's brought Portland within 1.
This is the helter-skelter, wide-open style of play that is Blazer basketball. This is where they flourish. This is how they're able to play best. You get them slowed down, you make them play half court, it is not to their advantage.
Shot clock at 5. Down to 2. Here's Jordan. At the 24-second buzzer, Michael Jordan with his 5th field goal. He has 17 points in all. The Bulls lead by 3.
2 straight possessions for Chicago. Last time with 2 seconds on the 24, Jordan shot a 3 and missed. That time with under 1 remaining, Jordan got the shot off and made it. They're using the clock, trying to be patient.
Here's Drexler. The Chicago lead is 1. They were up by as many as 13. Time runs down in this first half. The Portland defense has stepped up the last 3 possessions. Jordan, 19 points. The Bulls 48, the Blazers 45.
Well, Portland is coming out higher and challenging the Chicago Bull players, and that's why their defense is really taking over in these last, I say, 2 minutes, because they're forcing them to run the clock down and taking tough shots.
And I would say they should be pretty happy with where they are, considering how the game started out.
Drexler finding Williams. Good play by Grant, coming over to get a piece of it.
You have to admire the play of Grant. There are no easy layups against Chicago. He's there, he's going to challenge, try to block or intimidate on every side. It's amazing how few times he's called for a foul.
And you hear the reaction from the crowd, looking for the foul call as time ran out in this first half. So the Chicago Bulls with a 3-point lead. Michael Jordan, 19 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Clyde Drexler, the high man for the Trailblazers, with 15. Portland with a red-hot second quarter, 12 for 19, 63% to come from a 3-point, rather a 13-point deficit. Bob and Quinn coming up in a moment.
The new Nissan truck has more power and torque than any truck in its class. Yet it gets the best gas mileage of any import brand. The most power and the best gas mileage. How do they do that?
Our 5th anniversary, and they call right in the middle of dinner.
Oh. You know, I got one of those calls trying to get me to change from AT&T to
MCI.
And guess who gave them my number? Dave, they said.
Dave.
He put them on to me, too, about this friends and family thing. Yeah. What are you guys talking about, Dave giving out your number?
At AT&T, your friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
Dave, well, you know anything about this friends and family thing?
Trust me, it's just not worth it.
Cool. Game Boy for Father's Day. Have you had your fun today?
McDonald's, huh? Yeah. Smells good. Thanks.
If this ride were any longer, you'd have to fight for those fries. We're stuck.
For 2 years, no one could touch him. He's the fastest 200-meter man in the world. But after his overwhelming victory at the World Championships, Michael Johnson was indeed touched. With tears of pride and joy, Michael Johnson, one to watch this summer on NBC.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid, the Prudential.
Halftime at Memorial Coliseum in Portland. The Bulls, after leading 22-9 at one point, see the Blazers come back to within 3 at 48-45. Bob Costas with the Prudential Halftime Report. This, of course, is Quinn Buckner. The 1992 Portland Trailblazers are trying to become the second team in franchise history to win an NBA title. The first was the 77 team, coached by Jack Ramsey and led by Big Red Bill Walton. This might be footage from the finals. They played the 76ers in the finals, and there's Dr. J's shot being swatted away by Walton into the hands of Maurice Lucas. And here is Bill Walton joining us. How would you compare your team in 77 to the Portland Trailblazers of the last couple of years? Which is the better club?
Oh, of course we're a lot better, Bob. My goodness gracious, if we had Quinn, we'd be even better. But that 77 team was really a fine basketball team. Not as powerful as this current Blazer team. But I think, more speed in the backcourt, a much better passing team, and much better in the set offense, which is what you have to have if you're going to be able to win a championship.
In that backcourt lightning fast, Johnny Davis, Lionel Hollins, Dave Twardzik over from the ABA. That team was celebrated for its resourcefulness and basketball intelligence. How much credence do you put in the stories about this Blazer team being athletic but not especially bright on the court?
This is a very bright Trailblazer team. I think their biggest problem is their style. They play a style where they make basically all their plays individually, one-on-one, off the dribble. I don't think you can win championship-level basketball games with that kind of style. The Chicago Bulls didn't win when Michael Jordan played that type of style. He changed his style, emulating the Magic Johnsons, the Larry Birds, the Isaiah Thomas. They've got their championship. I think they're heading for their second.
When you look at the Trailblazers, Bill, it looks to me as though when Chicago shuts off a passing lane and forces you to the second and third option, that Portland doesn't do a very good job in reacting to whatever the defense does. What do you think about that?
I agree with that. This is a team that is the second best team in the NBA without question. But because of the way they play, because of their lack of ability to see guys or their lack of desire or willingness to make that extra pass and to help their teammates set them up for the easy, wide open plays, I really don't see this team being able to conquer the Bulls.
What style of play do you think is better suited for what they have on their team?
For the type of players that they have, they're playing the correct style. I just don't think that they have the type of player, that great leader like Magic Johnson, like Larry Bird, who we both have the opportunity to play with, like Isaiah Thomas, and now Michael Jordan, who is controlling this series beautifully.
You played on some of the all-time great collegiate teams for Wooden at UCLA. You played on a memorable Blazer team here in '77. The '86 Celtics, where you were a reserve and made an important contribution, is regarded as one of the greatest single-season teams in NBA history. If the Bulls win back-to-back, do they rank on the list of great teams of all time?
Basketball is a unique game, Bob, in that one player can do so much. Michael Jordan is a phenomenal basketball player, the best conditioned athlete in the world. Fundamentally, he's the best basketball player in the world. Forget his physical assets. I think that when he's on his game and when they're concentrating, one of their biggest problems is their overconfidence. I think they gave away game 2 and let Portland back into this series, and they're in danger of doing that again right now. They had a good start tonight, but Portland is right back in it with their fine athletic play.
I know this is tough. It puts you on the spot, but people want this answer. You played with Bird when Bird was at his peak. Who's better, Bird then or Jordan now?
Ladies and gentlemen, every top player at the top of their game in the era that they're playing is the greatest player of all time. And as it moves along, as the game moves along and the games get better and the Michael Jordans of the world grow up and learn from the Larry Birds, they become better. Michael Jordan is a better physical player. Right now, he's much better fundamentally. There's a lot of great players in the history of this game. Bird and Jordan are two of them. Two of the very best. But Bill Russell, he was always my favorite.
You know,
it still is today.
This is a presidential election year. With a politician's answer like that, there's still time to get in the race.
I just want to play basketball with Larry again.
When we come back, we'll turn our attention to Michael Jordan with another Michael Jackson and a basketball music video that's right after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA, and our thanks to Bill Walton.
Change, there is one certainty: the financial strength of the rock. The Prudential Rock Solid.
Got it! That boy, find me! Whoa! Outside jumpers! Uh-oh! Yes! Game point. Better get tough. Oh! Nice shot. Attaboy, get the ball. Great game. You're getting better all the time.
Halftime in Portland, Bulls 48. And the Blazers 45. Michael Jordan has 19 points at the half. Jordan, of course, is probably the most popular athlete in the world. And Michael Jackson is one of the world's most popular entertainers. With Jackson about to release his new single and music video, he enlisted the help of Jordan. And here, courtesy of the folks at NBA Entertainment, is a behind-the-scenes look at the making of Jam. Ahmad Rashad was able to attend.
Preparing to shoot his new music video entitled Jam, the Prince of Pop asked the Jam Master himself to make a cameo appearance.
First, I said, I don't know if I want to do this because this guy's going to try to get me out there to dance, and that's going to be really embarrassing. And then I said, well, shoot, it's Michael Jackson. And when will you ever get an opportunity to, get to know him socially for a little bit, and yet at the same time get to do his video? So I changed my mind, and I went on and did it.
And roll, please.
So what happens when two of the world's most recognizable entertainers, one from the music world and one from the sports world, collaborate on a project together?
Both of them are really good sports, and because they're willing to sort of like put themselves on the line and humble themselves and embarrass themselves. That's kind of the story.
Part of the video has one MJ teaching the other MJ some moves on the basketball court.
I knew you could shoot. He won't admit it, but he's got a good jump shot.
While Jackson was impressive in his shooting and ball handling skills, Jordan got the better of the play.
I won the one-on-one. But he's quick. I can tell he's quick.
But when it was time to get busy on the dance floor, MJ #1 simply took over.
It ain't too hard for me to jam. It ain't too hard for me to jam. It ain't too hard for me to jam. I'm glad it works out well for you guys. Just don't laugh too hard. I'm glad it is. As you can see probably in the video that I was a few steps behind, maybe about 5 or 10. It came off well. It was a great opportunity for me to see him social. And when did the tour start? Ooh. How long will it take? All summer? All summer. You know, be near Spain anytime in August?
Should be. We are in Spain. Yeah, I think it's in August.
He transcended music altogether. I mean, I consider him probably one of the greatest entertainers.
Two master jammers, Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson. Michael Jordan told me that he's normally very confident anytime he does anything, but when he got out there with Michael Jackson, it became overwhelming, and I guess so, trying to dance with Michael Jackson. Well, we will have that and a whole lot more from behind the scenes this week. Coming up this Saturday on Inside Stuff, check your local listings for the time in your area. And right now, let's go back to Bob Costas.
All right, Ahmad, and before it's time for us to beat it out of here, how about Terry? Yeah, thank you. How about Terry Porter? He had his moments in the game 2 come from behind win, but generally the Bulls have shut him out of the Portland offense. He got only 7 shots on Sunday, and to this point, only 3 at halftime.
Well, it looks to me as though Terry Porter is making a concerted effort to try to make sure that his teammates get involved in the game. He did a good job of that. The thing that has to be of concern to the Bulls, Scottie Pippen has 3 fouls. If he has to sit on the bench, that means Michael Jordan is out long on the court because they always have either one or the other on the court most of the game.
Okay, Quinn, thanks a lot. We'll return with second half action. The Bulls leading the Blazers by 3 in Game 4 after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid: the Prudential.
Why are more people watching The New Tonight Show with Jay Leno than all other late-night talk shows combined? The New York Post says it's Jay himself. The Boston Herald also gives credit to Branford Marsalis and the hot new band. Or maybe it's great guests like Bill Cosby, Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell, the Bat Lady, and many more. This week on the Hot New Tonight Show on NBC.
Dog sitting drives Elaine to the edge.
Pick up your dog tonight or he has humped his last leg.
On Seinfeld, after the basketball game, NBC Sunday.
Over time, the wrong gasoline could send one of your biggest investments Belly up. May we suggest the protection of Chevron with Tetraline, the blue chip gasoline that can help turn your investment around. Chevron, simply smarter.
There's never been a performance coupe or a financial coup like this. Your Bay Area Cadillac dealers invite you to lease a new Eldorado with no down payment for 30 months for only $539 a month. Making the Cadillac Eldorado as adept at handling the balance sheet as it is at handling the road.
Well, it's a beautiful morning. Just around the corner is a Taco Bell. Breakfast at the border. Scrambled eggs, cheddar cheese with bacon or sausage. Breakfast burrito on my way to the office. Hash browns and a caramel roll. Hot coffee and oats, you gotta get it to go. Great taste and some back to breakfast. It's ours at 59 cents. Come on, breakfast at Taco Bell.
Sit down with Greg Papa after the game. It's Chicago by 3 over Portland as we close in on the start of play in the third quarter. And Mike, as we pour over the stat sheet of note, Portland 15 assists in the first half, Chicago with 10. And that's certainly in contrast to what took place here on Sunday.
When you think back, the last game, for the entire game, they had 12 assists, the Portland team. Did not shoot well, did not get out in the open floor. So far in the first half, they're shooting well. They're out in the open floor, so a lot of assists.
And Magic, we talked about the tempo at the start of the game, the fact that Chicago has been able to force their tempo on Portland. It's been more of the same for the most part tonight.
But just because Chicago is up only 3 points, they still are enjoying the tempo. Slow, easy attack when we have it, but really let's just slow it down, execute, keep the crowd out of the game.
Well, let's hear the views of Portland coach Rick Adelman. He is with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad?
All right, thanks, Marv. Rick, a little bit of a slow start, but only 3 points down at the half.
Well, we got off to a slow start. We were missing a lot of shots around the basket. As the half went on, I thought we defended better, got better pressure on the ball, took them out of what they wanted to do, and, you know, we're in pretty good shape right now.
You did some work yesterday on getting Terry Porter involved, but today only 3 shots.
They're really doing a good job of staying with him. We just have to continue to try to free him up. We got to come over and help him out a little bit in the open court and try to free him up off some pick and rolls. We haven't done that enough. To do that, you got to have everybody running the court. That's something we talked about at halftime.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach. Good luck to you in the second half.
All right, Marv. Thanks, Ahmad. Here are tonight's fellow genuine draft halftime statistics, and both clubs shot well. The Bulls 20 of 39, 51%. The Blazers sparked by Clyde Drexler, 7 of 11 for 15 points. And off the bench, Cliff Robinson, bouncing back from the 2 of 11 on Sunday, hit 4 of 8 for 8 points. Blazer bench has done it in the first half. We'll be back right after these messages.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its real draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
Black, the color of shadows and night. Of modern art, foreign films, bold, basic. Black, no other color even comes close. And nobody does black like Dockers.
At Acura, we believe that a luxury sedan should appeal to a driver's appreciation of soft leather, fine wood, and beautiful stretches of asphalt. The Acura Legend sedan.
Thursday on Today, America, it's your chance to ask Ross Perot. An unprecedented one-hour opportunity to call in and talk live with Ross Perot, beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern, Thursday on Today.
Back at the Memorial Coliseum, the 682nd consecutive sellout for the Portland Trail Blazers. Michael Jordan, the high man for Chicago. Clyde Drexler with 15 to lead Portland. Marv Albert with the czar of the tennis shredder, Mike Fratello. Irvin Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad, Bob Costas, Quinn Buckner. A cast of thousands for Game 4 of this best of 7 NBA Final. The Bulls leading 2 games to 1. The Blazers try to tie the series at 2. Game 5 here in Portland on Friday night will be on hand starting 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Cartwright is rejected. He thought he was fouled. Duckworth met on a switch by Pippen. Now Drexler to the crossover. Duckworth being guarded by Grant. Duckworth, but the foul called before the shot attempt by Joe Crawford.
Just to make a point of what a difference an officiating crew makes in the game, and that's why the coaches and players have to know who's on the game. Game 1, 23-22 free throw attempts. Game 2, 38-26. Game 3, 29-32. Halftime of this game, 8-7. Not too many free throw attempts.
Foul was called on Grant. He has 3. Michael Jordan delivering to John Paxson. Pippen looking for Jordan, but it was broken up.
Well, we must point out that in all 3 of these games so far, Chicago has dominated the third quarter of every game. So let's see if that's going to hold true tonight.
You recall Sunday night, the record low third quarter, the 2 teams combining for 31 points, that an NBA Finals record. Cartwright stripped by Drexler. Shot clock at 4. Here's Paxson for 3. And that is his first field goal. A 3-pointer for John Paxson, giving the Bulls a 51-45 lead. Drexler, wild shot. He was trying to draw the foul. Pippen ahead of the field.
That's the problem when you wind up taking bad shots, you land on the floor, you're not up back in transition defense. That's when Chicago will take advantage of you when they have numbers and run out.
This is not a good start for the Portland Trail Blazers. They wanted to have a start like this, to get this crowd excited again like they did at the end of the second quarter.
The Bulls with an 8-point lead. Shot clock is running down. Here's Porter just to get it off. Duckworth on the rebound. And again blows the layup. Kevin Duckworth with 7 points. And Portland is down by 6.
You get your big guys underneath the basket. Dunk the basketball. Don't try and finger roll the thing. Dunk it. Possibly get a 3-point play if they foul you.
And that's a traveling violation.
You move your feet before you put the ball on the floor like that, it's going to be a travel.
Drexler had to race it down. With the spin, he ran into Duckworth. Three on 2 for the Bulls. Pippen. Scottie Pippen is 6 for 10 from the field. Drexler whips it out. Drexler for 3. And Buck Williams gets to it. Drexler 0 for 3 from downtown. Now Drexler played by Pippen. Duckworth. Rebounded by Grant.
Duckworth never really has his balance when he makes that move to the middle of the floor. He's always pulling away from the rim instead of going to it.
Jordan with a wild attempt. trying to draw the foul.
Exactly. You know, they let a lot go, so when you go in there tonight, it's man on man now. I mean, you better be going up there to score because they're not calling any of those little tick-tick fouls.
Both clubs have gone to a cold spell. Pippen. Scottie Pippen giving the Bulls a 55-47 lead with 4 minutes gone by in the third, and Terry Porter tells Joe Crawford, timeout. The Blazers will talk it over. Chicago with a 7-2 advantage in this third quarter to lead.
In the world of luxury automobiles, you expect aerodynamic styling. A beautifully crafted, leather-trimmed interior, the uncompromising safety of driver's and passenger side airbags, and the superior performance of a 24-valve engine. You just don't expect it to be so affordable. The Acura Luxury Lease Program. It's more than a lease. It's a legend.
Who says girls can't play baseball? The writers of City Slickers and the director of Big present the Grand Slam comedy of the summer.
Let's get something started.
On the field. A story about small-town girls. Are you crying?
There's no crying in baseball.
With big league dreams.
They'll pay you $75 a week.
We only make 30 at the dairy.
Well, then, this would be more, wouldn't it?
Tom Hanks is managing.
Still missing cutoff man. Now, that's something that I would like you to work on before next season.
Gina Davis is catching.
Way to go, whatever your name is!
And Madonna is scoring.
What if at a key moment in the game, oops, my bosoms come flying out?
A league of their own.
You think there are men in this country who ain't seen your bosoms?
Directed by Penny Marshall. Rated PG. Season starts July 1st at theaters everywhere.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Acura Automobiles. Experience precision-crafted performance. By Wendy's Old Fashioned Hamburgers. The best hamburgers and a whole lot more. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm.
Well, a look at the beautiful outdoors here in Portland, Oregon. Indoors, the Bulls with an 8-point lead, and we touched upon the fact moments ago that the Trailblazers have had major problems in the third quarter. 17 points in the third quarter, game 1, 16 game 2, 15 in game 3. And check out the Portland shooting in the third quarter, and it's carried right to tonight's ball game in the third quarter. Blazers 1 for 10 from the field. They've missed their last 5.
How do you explain coming out of the locker room having problems in the third quarter? I mean, what type of things are going to affect your team at halftime?
Well, to me, you know, it doesn't seem like they have a particular 1 or 2 plays they want to run. Terry Porter just hit a shot there. Like with Riley, with us, we had like 3 or 4 plays we wanted to go to right away and get us off. And it seems like to them that they haven't had that in the third quarters of every game, and especially tonight.
Grant way off, rebounded by Duckworth. Why would that be is perhaps the feeling of the coaching staff. That's a blocking foul on Paxson.
We had talked earlier about trying to do something in practice yesterday for Terry Porter. Well, here's the exact play they worked on. The double screen, and then let Porter try and come off to see if he can get an open shot. Paxson, the defensive player, decides to go over the top. Porter runs a fade to the corner. There it is. Something to free up Terry Porter.
Getting back to the question I started to ask you, is it because Rick Adelman feels that perhaps this club cannot handle too many plays as Percy is able to hit? Some teams are better in a freelance situation.
Well, I'm sure with his talents, they are better in a freelance situation. But you're in the championship, you're in the finals now. You got to go with some set offense. You got to go with some kind of strategy that's going to help you win the game, especially when you're playing the Chicago Bulls. You can't run the ball all the time against them.
Quick shot again by Drexel. One of those times where maybe a few passes is a better decision.
The Bulls Bulls with a 57-51 lead. Foul committed by Duckworth. That is his second.
Off the dribble, Pippen so tough to play in the open floor, particularly for a guy like Duckworth who is so big.
You know, he would have been better off, Mike, if he had just let him just take the jump shot. If he had faded back toward the basket in terms of Duckworth and let Scotty maybe pull up for the jumper instead of trying to challenge him out on the basketball court.
Jordan with the move to his left. And that is one you rarely see.
But that time, you'll notice that Drexler gets his arm up and challenges the jump shot, which he did not do earlier when we showed a replay, and Michael knocked it down. That time, the arm was extended.
Duckworth lost it. Pippen with the change of pace. Drexler got a piece of it. Drexler lost it. And here comes Jordan. Well, he felt the footsteps and was able to slow down and went for the conventional layup.
Yes. How many times have we seen in this series that one of the Portland Trailblazers would drive in there, jump up in the air, nothing there, and try to make a pass, steal, layup for the Chicago Bulls many times in this series.
And it's a point that you make about passing ability of players. Now, a few moments ago, we mentioned that Jordan went up to take a jumper. Watch the extension by Clyde Drexler. The challenge is there. There it is, arm extended, almost on the ball. That's what makes the difference. The shooter does not get the real clean look at the basket.
Foul by Paxson, Chicago's third team foul. Portland with one. Mark Williams. That is his second field goal. Buck has been quiet offensively. Bulls by 6 as we come up on 5 minutes to go in the third. Paxson drawing the foul. John Paxson going to the drive.
Unusual for John to take it to the basket, and Terry Porter thought he wouldn't drive, and he drove the ball to the basket and got fouled. Now, you know, Buck is not Buck's fault. He's been begging, and you know what? If I was Buck, I would demand the ball because they're not shooting well from the outside. So, hey, if you're not shooting well, give me a chance inside. See what I can do. I shoot 60% under the basket, so I can shoot when I'm down low like he just did a while ago.
And then if you start punishing teams on the inside, they will have to collapse the defense, and now the outside shots will come when you kick in, then you kick back out, and now you have stationary shots rather than on the move shots.
5 minutes remaining in the third. Chicago with a 7-point lead. Kersey took the shoulder, and he'll go to the line. That is number 4 on Pippen.
Well, Phil Jackson will have to make a decision now. He's going to talk to Pippen probably about making him aware of the fact he's got 4. Does he make the substitution and bring Livingston in the game and put Pippen on the bench? Or does he leave Pippen out on the floor, hoping that he does not pick up his 5th foul?
Sitting down, replaced by Cliff Robinson. 7 points, 10 rebounds for Duckworth. He has been the man off the boards with that double-figure number. Here's Kersey, only a 66% free throw shooter.
Pippen was questioning whether or not the foul was on him. He didn't think it was. He thought that he had already gone by Kersey on the drive, that it was someone else who may have stuck a hand in there.
Well, you know what? It was either a foul or travel. So, or, you know, you couldn't call it because he traveled once he got past Scott.
Livingston replacing Scottie Pippen. Chicago with a 5-point lead.
I like the decision by Phil Jackson. Put Pippen on the bench right now. Buy time with Cliff Livingston because you're still holding a 5-point lead.
On right for Livingston. And it's recovered by Livingston. Jordan for 3. Michael Jordan has gone back to the 3-point 3-point game. He hit one early. This is second of the night, 24 points in all. And Chicago leads 63-55. Drexler try to match it. Here's Jordan Script. Good play by Drexler. Percy going at Cartwright. Porter for three. Percy gets to it. These are the first 2 rebounds of the game for Jerome Percy. Here's Robinson wide open. Yes. The Bulls 63. The Trailblazers 57. Just under 4 minutes to go in the third. And it's kicked out by Drexler.
A few moments ago, Drexler had taken a bad shot at the offensive end, but if you work hard and get it back for your team at the defensive end, coaches will live with that type of thing. Bad shot, but get back on defense and make up for it.
3:44 to go in the third. The Bulls take a timeout.
Isn't it wonderful? A tire so special, it may last as long as you own your car. The XH4. Congratulations. It's a Michelin. Backed by an 80,000-mile Treadwear limited warranty. Michelin. Because so much is riding on your tires.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on.
Real beer refreshment that's less filling. Miller Lite's everything you want a beer to be.
Cold Miller Lite, I like it like that.
Tomorrow, cash machines.
Come on, Miller Lite, this and that. Come on.
What the airlines did for travelers up here, Sheridan is doing for travelers down here. Introducing Sheridan Sure Savers, a revolutionary program that makes travel less expensive. 3 simple rates from 5 to 50% off. The airlines got people traveling again. Now Sheridan makes sure they get a great night's sleep.
We take $1 billion, so you'll feel like $1 million at Sheraton Hotel.
Call us for Sheridan Sure Savers.
Standing still, it still moves you.
An unknown gold medalist in '84, Matt Biondi became the most successful male swimmer of 1988. Winning 5 gold medals, a silver and a bronze, he nearly duplicated the feat of Mark Spitz. Now he looks to become the first male swimmer ever to win gold in 3 Olympics. Matt Biondi, one to watch this summer on NBC.
I'm Ira Judd back at Portland Memorial Coliseum. I'm joined now by a fellow Duck, Peter Jacobson. Now, we have heard so much about Michael Jordan's golf game. Could he play on the tour?
I'll be playing center for the Bulls before he's on the tour, believe me.
But you have this Blazer Mania, right? It's running wild in Portland.
Tell you what, it's the only game in town. But if we can pull this thing out, I think we'll just tear this whole town apart.
But you've had Michael out to the golf course playing?
We played yesterday. He shot 47-39. Not bad for a weak amateur.
All right, Peter. Thanks for joining me, man. Go Ducks. Go Ducks. Back to you, Ron.
Audemars, not bad for a guy with a bruised heel also, I guess, huh?
Must have found just enough power to hit the golf ball. 47-39.
Peter Jacobson, a native of Portland, season ticket holder, showing his form at halftime. With Robinson whipping by John Paxson and drew the foul. The Bulls have led all the way. They opened up with a 10-0 burst, led by as many as 13. Portland has made a couple of runs, and they are in the midst of one right here. Paxson called for the foul. Chicago is over the limit. 3:38 remaining in the third quarter. And that Chicago lead is down to 5.
Well, we got a key matchup to look forward to right here. Now, will Cliff Robinson be able to handle Bill Cartwright inside, or will the speed and the outside shooting ability of Cliff Robinson get to Bill Cartwright? So you can look forward to this in the next 3:30 to see what's going to happen here.
Now Jordan looking to post up. Yes. Michael Jordan has 26. The Bulls 65, the Blazers 59. And Rick Adelman has a combination of Porter and Drexler in the backcourt. Robinson is up front with Williams and Percy. The alley-oop did not work. Drexler on the recovery. Bill Jackson felt he came from out of bounds. Here's Percy. A check back. Buck Williams. He has 6 points. And the Bulls now lead by 4.
Well, Portland has set up that backdoor lob on the timeout. And they love to use that play when they come out of huddle.
Cartwright. Rebounded by Percy. Porter's pass is broken up by Paxson. A very low percentage pass from Porter. Williams breaks it up. Here's Porter giving it up. And Percy draws the foul.
Michael Jordan left alone down on the low post area. No, you've got to go get the basketball out of his hands. He's too good down there. Michael almost burned on the backdoor lob attempt, but just recovers enough so that Clyde can't get a good handle on it and finish the play off.
I hope everybody was watching that. When we slowed it up, did you see both men's guy? Boy, was that beautiful. That's the agility of an NBA basketball player. I can't sky, but I love looking at somebody else that can.
Magic, Marv and I are having a hard time relating it to that.
Speak for yourself.
I tell you, this is going to be one game. Nobody should leave their sets because this fourth quarter will be interesting.
Percy is 2 of 3 from the line. Bulls 65, the Blazers 62. 2:20 remaining in the third. They are on their feet here at the Coliseum in Portland. The outside official, Dick Pavetta, with the call against Kersey. That's his second. Third team foul.
You know, Portland has made a lot of mistakes this afternoon, but they have certainly shown the effort in breaking up a lot of the plays that are occurring after the mistakes. Right now, the Blazers up on the hustle board, 42-29. Last game, it was Chicago up on the hustle board the entire game.
Robinson to the rebound. And Porter's pass again picked off, this time by Armstrong.
I mean, those are not good passes, trying to cross-court it off the dribble, one hand, and Terry Porter is not 6 feet 9 inches tall like Magic Johnson was when he could throw those things off the dribble.
Armstrong tried for 3. Livingston with the save.
Well, 2 things we found out last year playing the Bulls. You cannot cross-court it in terms of throwing a pass cross-court, or you cannot throw long passes because Jordan and Pippen will run them down before it gets to your man.
Jordan delivering to Grant, who was bottled up. It'll be Chicago ball with 6 on the 24.
Magic just made an excellent point. This team covers so much ground defensively. When you try and cross-court it, they intercept. And as Rick Adelman has said, we have not faced a team like this before that pose these kind of problems.
Shot clock at 1. And that is an air ball. It's a 24-second violation.
If you're wondering why Chicago is struggling right now, because Scottie Pippen is not on the basketball court, and a lot of their offense revolves around Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. Scottie penetrating, kicking it to BJ, and these other guys can get their shot off that way. Right now, Michael's has to take all the offense on his shoulder and is not getting it done at this particular moment.
You have 2 creators that run the Chicago offense. Pippen leads the team in assists. Jordan's right behind him. Right now with Pippen on the bench, it's a major problem out there.
Pippen sitting down after he picked up his fourth foul. We come up on a minute to go in the third. Another low-scoring third quarter. Both teams with 17 points in the third. Here's Buck Williams. Offensive foul. For Buck, it is his third.
One extra burden that the foul problems on Pippen have played is that Michael Jordan must stay on the floor. Now, as Buck goes down inside and clears out with that free arm, Joe Crawford is there, makes it. It's the left arm that clears him out. But going back once again, with Pippen in foul trouble, Phil Jackson has had to leave Michael Jordan on the floor. He has played every minute other than 2 in this basketball game.
Checking in for the first time this series. He's been bothered by a sprained ankle. Michael Jordan will go to the line. Foul committed by Robinson.
Jordan getting to the front of the rim. There's the foul clearly on the shot attempt.
Well, they did a wonderful job of 1-4. They went to a 1-4, spread everybody out, let Michael decide which side of the lane, whether he wants to go left or right. Perfect play. Great move by Coach Jackson to call that play at that particular time. It was the same play last year that tied the game in Game 3 of our game when he came down 1-4, took the jumper to send the game into overtime.
You tell me who wants to guard him one-on-one, top of the circle with all the help broken down because they spread the floor.
Especially with him coming full speed at you.
Michael 8 for 8 from the line. He has 28 points. Robinson, too much dribble, and it cost. Hodges lost it. Gave it right back. Nicely done. Clyde Drexler with 17, but that is first bucket of the third quarter. And the Bulls now lead 67-64, 25 seconds remaining in the third. Jordan looked to go one-on-one, changed his mind with Ainge coming over to help. Hodges, Craig Hodges off the bench to hit the jumper. That was 2-point range. The Bulls 69, the Blazers 64. Final seconds of the third quarter. Drexler to Robinson. 2 seconds to go in the quarter. Here's Jordan from beyond midcourt.
At the end of the third quarter, when the score is
After 3 in Portland of Game 4, the best of 7 NBA final. Michael Jordan with 28. Clyde Drexler with 17 held to 2 points in the third. It's the Bulls 69 and the Portland Trail Blazers 66. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
Nothing carves the road like the new Prelude from Honda.
Think about who you'll be driving around over the next, say, 7 days. That's how long your dealer said it would take before he could fix your brakes. At Midas, we can fix them right the same day you bring in your car. Midas, because your brakes can't wait.
She came.
What are you doing here?
She saw.
My parents think we're married?
She moved in.
I want this marriage to work.
What marriage?
Steve Martin, Goldie Hawn.
No.
House Sitter, rated PG. Starts Friday.
What time is it?
It's the Bulls
Oh, come on now, come on now. What it's all about.
versus the Blazers in a battle for air supremacy. It's the official NBA World Championship video. Relive all the high-flying action and behind-the-scenes drama. It's your ticket to the 1992 NBA Finals. To order your copy, write to this address or call 1-800-356-8100.
NBC, home of the 92 Summer Olympics.
Did you tell your boss you're quitting?
No, I'm telling him on Monday.
Got any plans yet?
Few?
No celebrity spokesman.
I'm opening a restaurant.
No beach volleyball games.
How about another Heineken?
No lengthy description of the brewing process. None of that is what made Heineken the #1 imported beer in America.
You got that steady paycheck? Oh, yeah. I got a few bucks put away.
So you want to own a restaurant?
No, what I really want to do is be a relief pitcher.
I love money,
And I hate to waste it.
but I also know quality. I can almost taste it.
I bought a Corolla.
Here's the good part. You don't have to be rich. You just gotta be smart.
It's a Corolla.
By Toyota.
You spell it
Y-O-T-A.
Now save on Corolla extra value packages. See your Northern California Toyota dealer today.
Sit down with Greg Papa after the game.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Welcome back to the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, as we head to the fourth quarter. The Bulls and the Blazers each with 21, a low-scoring third quarter. That has been the scenario throughout this series. Chicago has led throughout. They've led by as many as 13, but the Blazers have shown some signs. They are within 3, despite the fact Clyde Drexler was only 1 of 8 from the field in the third.
Well, 21 points doesn't get you overly excited, but if you're Portland, at least it's heading in the right direction after the 3 previous third quarters were all, 15, 16, 17. That area, at least now they're up over 20 for a quarter.
And Portland has done it off the boards. They have the edge 33-25 over Chicago. Shot clock on the 3. Porter with the good fake on Armstrong. That's the 24-second buzzer. And the Bulls open up with Jordan and Hodges at the guard. Scott Williams up front along with Horace Grant. Nice move by Michael Jordan. And he has 30. The Bulls lead 71-66.
This is a mismatch for the Portland Trailblazers. Now, Chicago has gone to 3 guards. Now, who's going to play Michael Jordan? And then who will play the 2 shooters, B.J. Armstrong and Hodges? It's going to be interesting. Oh, I see Kersey is going to guard B.J. He went to help.
Haynes starts back. Haynes met by Hodges. Haynes and Porter in the backcourt. Robinson, Kersey, and Buck Williams up front. Robinson. Not have the shot, got it out to Porter. Minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Jordan, yes. And a timeout called by Rick Allen. The Bulls 73, the Blazers 66.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals, Friday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Better than a wagon, better than a van. Whatever you're dragging, Expo can. Mitsubishi Expo and Expo LRV. Expo C7, LRV 5. Both are available with all-wheel drive. Take them to the mountains, take them to the shore. There's no greater way to the great outdoors. Expo and Expo LRV, the ultimate in versatility. The Expo Sport Wagon, maneuverable, comfortable, just the right size. From Mitsubishi, the word is getting around.
Great beer taste that's less filling. Miller Lite's everything you want a beer to be.
I didn't think she'd come. I knew she'd come. Yes.
Miller Lite is sitting at that. Come on!
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Moment takes us back to 1983, where the doctor was operating. Julius Erving leading the 76ers to the championship, sweeping Pat Riley's Los Angeles Lakers in 4. Julius winning his first and only NBA title. He was a member of 2 ABA championship clubs with the New York Nets back in 1974 and 1976. In recognition of that memorable moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. I know that brings back just lovely memories for you, Magic, being swept by Julius and the Sixers.
Well, two things. I remember Bob McAdoo and Norm Nixon being hurt, and then also witnessing still the greatest move I've ever seen in basketball today, when Dr. J jumped out of bounds on the right side, floated, and ended up scoring on the left side.
Yes, we have seen that highlight a few times over the years.
It's still the greatest move I've ever seen, ever witnessed in a basketball game.
The Bulls lead by 7. Ainge passing on the 3. It's the 2. Danny Ainge for the second field goal. He has 5. The Bulls by 5.
And it was a little floater similar to that back in game 2 that got Portland going, which eventually wound up being a win in overtime when they came back from that 10-point deficit. So let's see if Ainge gets them going once again.
Scottie Pippen is back. Michael Jordan sitting down. B.J. Armstrong with the open shot hitting his second field goal.
Well, that was a good shot for him. He had missed his last 2 or 3 shots, and that was a good one for him to knock down for that confidence level.
Danny Ainge able to answer. The Bulls 75, the Blazers 70. 9:20 to go in the 4th, and Portland has done a good job off the bench. The bench well represented for the Bulls right here. Armstrong took the shove. It counts. The foul on Ainge, and Armstrong gets the call on the continuation.
See, when you come down the court and you knock down one shot, then you come down again to give you confidence to go inside and knock down another one. That's what he did. He went inside, excellent head fake, and for 2. But all that was set up. That shot was set up by the prior shot when he had hit the wide open set shot.
E.J., an excellent free throw shooter. And as I say that, he throws one strong off the back of the rim. Bulls by 7. 3 minutes in. 4th quarter. Percy. And a tip for Porter. So Terry Porter getting inside. He has 10 points. Chicago leads 77-72. In the midst of a rest period provided for Michael Jordan. Ainge off the turnover. Drexler being guarded by Pippen. And Robinson took a shove from Grant. That's number 4 on Grant. 4 apiece on Pippen. And Grant, Paxson, and Williams have 3. The foul rundown for the Blazers. Robinson with 3. Buck Williams with 3. Kevin Duckworth with 3 fouls.
You know, this is really interesting to me. We have played now 3/4. Good block right there by Williams. We're playing now almost 3.5 quarters, and the man I thought who really got them going the other day, here's a block shot here by Williams on the help defense, was Stacey King, and we haven't seen him at all the whole game. And to me, in that 4th quarter, he hit 2+ shots to really nail the coffin down for that victory for the Chicago Bulls.
Well, it goes along with Phil Jackson of being predictably unpredictable. You just don't know what he's going to do. All of a sudden, Hodges plays. He hasn't played yet in the series.
Strong move by Kersey. 13 points for Kersey, who has come on in the second half. And Portland is within 3. Michael Jordan back on the floor. And Scott Williams, oh, he's rocked by Kersey. Let's see what the call is here. Garrison slowly making his way to the official scorer's table.
The concern is whether or not Garrison's going to award the ball back to Chicago after the free throws, calling a flagrant foul.
Penalty 1 on 25.
A personal foul on Portland's Cliff Robinson. A flagrant foul, penalty 1.
Yes, a flagrant has been called.
There's the foul, and then after it, the shove to the ground is what Darryl Garrison calls. It's not the body landing on it. Watch after now the body comes down right here. The shove with the leg and the body, there's where the flagrant part is called. And that is, remember, there are two interpretations, an A and B one. The A interpretation where you are awarded the ball back again after the two free throw attempts are taken. No ejection on that one.
Personal foul on Robinson is fourth. A flagrant on Kersey. Magic, for the most part, this has been a mild series. I know Michael Jordan was upset with a couple of contact moves with Buck Williams in game number 3, but there are many who feel that Portland should have been more aggressive against the Chicago Bulls. Not quite like the New York Knicks, because that is not their makeup, and you don't want to completely change their philosophy around. However, perhaps they would have been more successful by grinding away a bit at the Bulls.
Well, they had the manpower to be aggressive because foul trouble would not hurt them. They had enough people on their bench to bring in if foul trouble occurs. Now, just before that, you saw that Danny Ainge, who is a veteran, who has won 2 championships, went up to Kersey to talk to him. Kersey didn't want to have no part of that, pushed him off, and now you got players on the Portland team upset at each other. They must forget about that play and go on with the ball game.
Well, the Bulls now lead at 80-74 with 7:43 remaining in this fourth quarter. And Rick Adelman is very upset. You recall the Trailblazers were criticized for a great number of technical fouls in that one game against Utah. They have certainly calmed down. Here's Jordan for 3. And a climbing foul on Scott Williams. It's a loose ball on Williams. That is his 4th.
Now, right now, this is a critical part of the game for the Portland Trailblazers. They must forget about that flagrant foul, get back to playing basketball, and just say, hey, it's over with, let's go.
They're a frustrated team right now. If they lose control in the next 2 minutes, Chicago's going to open this game up.
B.J. Armstrong called for his second. Rick Adelman's concern was that the consecutive fouls do not turn his ball club around. They have, in the past, from time to time, blown up in this type of situation, and Cliff Robinson was able to personal, and then the flagrant on Jerome Kersey, leading to the parade of free throws.
You know, I just witnessed a nice thing in a veteran and a champion. Danny Ainge, even though Kersey had pushed him last time, after Kersey had got fouled, he went right over to him, gave him a high five, patted him on the rear end, and said, hey, let's go. Let's forget about what happened. Let's play basketball.
Excellent observation, because somebody has to be willing to swallow it and move on. And Ainge understood it was nothing personal meant by Kersey. Their teammates, he had stated earlier that this is one of the closest teams he's ever been on. It's the heat of the moment, the excitement, that's all.
.17 remaining in the fourth quarter. Cartwright can't find anyone. Ainge chest to chest with Jordan. Chicago with a 4-point lead. Kersey matching with Cartwright. Traveling violation. possession.
Well, Portland has a very, very small basketball team on the floor right now. Cliff Robinson is their center, and they're playing with Porter, Ainge, Drexler out on the floor. A lot of small guys.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see that's how I dream to be. I dream I move. I dream I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. I'm gonna be like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Be like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Be like
The Mitsubishi Diamante LS with TCL traction control, electronically controlled suspension, anti-lock braking. Safety and performance features associated with luxury performance sedans like Lexus and Infiniti. Now seamlessly integrated and refined in this luxury performance sedan, the Diamante LS from Mitsubishi. The word is getting around.
Michael, is everything all right?
Somebody in the house. Call the police.
What?
Call the police.
They called a cop.
I'm going to make sure that your block's patrolled all night long.
Now they can't get rid of him.
I got a cop who wants me out of the way because he wants my wife. I know I shouldn't be here. How do I get a cop off my back? You listen to me. You stay away from her. Michael! Stay here and lock the door.
Unlawful Entry. Rated R. Starts Friday, June 26th at theaters everywhere.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's everything you want a beer to be. By Mitsubishi, bringing you a full line of award-winning automobiles. Mitsubishi, the word is getting around. And by Gatorade, it's all you're thirsting for.
.6:57 remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Bulls with an 80-76 lead on the Blazers. Chicago has led all the way. They've led by as many as 13. Michael Jordan is the high man with 32 points, 9 of 20 from the field, 8 of 8 from the line. It has been a thoroughly solid performance from Jordan right from the start.
So what remains to be seen now, coming out of this timeout, Portland staying with the small team. Kersey, Drexler, those are the forwards in essence. Ainge and Porter the backcourt. Chicago's going with its normal team, its big team. Chicago wants to see if they can pound them on the glass with the big team.
Well, it's a good move by Coach Phil Jackson to take B.J. out and bring back Paxton so he can get better outside shooting. So when they double down and kick it out, Paxton can hit that shot.
Robinson fires it back out. He was going post up on Cartwright. Ainge unable to hit the runner. Grant with the rebound. Jordan played by Drexler. Finds the open Paxson. And Porter at the guards. Drexler, Kersey, and Robinson on the front line. Here's Drexler. Drexler, 8 for 20 from the field. He went 1 of 8 in the third. He's gone cold in the second half.
They try to stay away from what we call one-pass offense. That means the team gets a chance to throw only one pass after they cross the half-court line, and somebody shoots it up, particularly with a hand in your face. Not the best shot.
Shot clock down to 1. Grant has to force. Portland seeking to tie the series at 2. Chicago hoping to go up 3 games to 1. Ames finding Kersey. Yes. Kersey with 19, 13 of his 19 in the second half. And Portland is down by 2. Pippen forced wide and fouled.
A few moments ago for Portland, what they've been waiting for the entire series. Let their defense ignite the offense. It starts with the block shot, and then once they come up with the basketball, they're out in the open floor, and it's the unselfish play of Ames, Kersey, the 2 guys that had a problem, no more problem. They're back on the same wavelength.
It's winning time. That's what it is. So let's go with teammates. Let's try to win this game.
Scottie Pippen on the line for the first time today. He's a 76% foul shooter. Chicago 13 of 17 from the foul line.
Well, Marv, you was just talking about Chicago's drought. The reason for Chicago's drought is they haven't been getting any penetration and no layups. All their points on all their shots have come off jump shots. All their points have come off jump shots, and that's all they've been shooting. In return, they've been missing, and that's why Portland has been able to stay in this game.
The Trailblazers with an opportunity to tie or take the lead. The Bulls have led all the way. Foul called on Jordan. That is his second. And Chicago is over the limit.
Well, that time Michael had turned his head just for a split second, and when he turned it to watch the cutter go by, Clyde put it on the floor. The foul takes place.
Drexler 1 of 2 from the line. He had hit 28 in a row. He has gone cold in the second half. 17 points for the game, 15 of the 17 in the first half.
And you don't believe that foul shooting is important? Pippen on the other end just a while ago missed 2, could have put him up 4. Here, Clyde Drexler misses the first one, could have brung them within 1. Here's a chance for the second one. That's why you got to practice free throws a lot, because the game comes out. Look, second one missed again.
However, it's Robinson on the rebound, and he was fouled. Foul committed by Bill Cartwright. Cliff Robinson, who is a shaky foul shooter at 66%, has connected on 2 of 4 this evening.
If you get second shot opportunities close to the rim, good things are going to happen. It's hard work in the lane. Nothing comes easy. Chicago gives you no easy layups.
And Portland is now 10 of 18 from the line. Both the Blazers and the Bulls have not shot well at the free throw line. And look at the fourth quarter shooting, although Portland has done better in the fourth quarter than they have for entire games. The Chicago lead is down to 1 with 3:50 to go in the fourth. Jordan stripped by Drexler. 3 on 2. Kersey. Porter gave it back. Drexler. Portland has taken the lead for the first time.
Attention to detail in the Mitsubishi Diamante LS goes much deeper than luxury and comfort. It includes traction control, advanced technology associated with Lexus and Infiniti. Diamante's traction control is part of a comprehensive safety system that reflects Mitsubishi's idea of luxury. The Diamante LS from Mitsubishi, The word is getting around.
Oh, wow, some game, huh? Oh, this summer the U.S. Olympic basketball team will make history. Wow, the dream team. The NBA greats will take on the world. But this year, there's only one place you can see every minute of every Olympic basketball game, live, in its entirety, with no interruptions. It's called the Olympics Triplecast. Now, to get the Triplecast, you got to order the Triplecast. Call 1-800-OLYMPIC. Now, get a pencil and take that number down. Go on, go on. Now, here's what you get when you order. 3 different cable channels of Olympic action running simultaneously, 24 hours a day, so you can choose what you want to watch. And that means you can see every minute of every game of the Dream Team. You can order the Triplecast by the day for $29.95, or get all 15 days for less than $9 a day. Now, that's a great deal. It's coverage of the Olympics you just can't get anywhere else. Now, remember that number, 1-800-OLYMPIC. Pick up the phone and order every minute of every game of the Dream Team. You don't want to miss out. Oh, by the way, did I mention the phone number? Go ahead, give a call.
Olympic boxing gold has long been a pathway to stardom. Ali, Foreman, Sugar Ray, to name a few. But for some, the toughest test will come in the trials. Whose dreams will live on and whose will be shattered? See the beginning of the '92 Olympic boxing team. The U.S. Olympic boxing trials this weekend.
Well, here's Michael posting up again. Clyde said, well, I learned from the last 2 times you did it that I'm going to back off, knock it away. Clyde, here comes Kersey. To Porter, back to Clyde. The man who made the steal got the reward, the easy 2 points.
Well, we dealt with the subject right at the start of the telecast for Clyde Drexler. This could be a final shot. His 9th year in the NBA. You do not get to the NBA Finals frequently. This is his 2nd opportunity the last 3 years. Portland losing to Detroit in 1990. They split the first 2 games in Detroit and then lost 3 straight here in Portland. And here is Clyde, a perennial all-star, hoping that his club can tie the series at 2.
If they do not win this championship this season, look for this team to break up. It will not be the same Portland Trailblazers team next season.
Portland with a 1-point lead, their first lead of the night. Shot clock at 6. James with the rebound. We're coming up on 3 minutes to go. In the 4th, Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, and Ahmad Rashad from the Coliseum in Portland. Drexler with the pass fake. Nice feed from Kersey.
That's all Rick Adelman has been telling him. A little bit of body movement, a little bit of dribble penetration, and some ball movement, and you get high percentage shots.
Jordan did not have the movement on the baseline. Got it to Paxson, and he's tied the game with the 3-pointer. John Paxson hits the 3-point shot, and the Blazers and Bulls are at 85 apiece. A pushing foul committed by Cartwright.
A few moments ago, on offense for Portland, all the things they've been talking about. The pass to Drexler, a little bit of body movement, some cutting, some fake screening. Put the ball on the floor, and there's an open teammate because you make the Chicago defense move. Adelman, yep, that's it. Just like we drew it up, just like we talked about in practice. I like it.
And the same thing happened on the other end. Michael Jordan penetrates, he kicks it back out to John, and he knocks down the 3-pointer.
Cliff Robinson continues to struggle. Scottie Pippen just walked by and had something to say to Cliff. Little psych out by Scottie.
And a tough coaching decision here. Coming into this game, he was 6-for-12 in the first 3 games. Today, another bad evening at the free throw line. What do? Do you leave him on the floor, or do you take him off at the end of the game?
Well, you almost got to leave him in because of his scoring ability.
Robinson has 16 points. The Blazers lead by 1. Jordan with the pull-up. And it's rebounded by Kersey. Jerome Kersey has been the key for the Blazers in turning things around in the second half. He has 25 points. He was blanked off the boards in the first half, and he's come up with a number of enormous offensive rebounds. That's a block called on Paxson.
And Portland that time came back and ran the exact same play that lost. Paxson not able to get there in time on the recovery.
If something is working, you stick with it. They've scored now. The last time where Cliff missed one free throw, but they got a point out of it, and let's see what they can do here.
Porter is 1 of 2 from the line, 86% foul shooter. 11 points for Terry Porter. Portland leads 87-85. A minute 50 to go in the fourth. The Blazers by 3. Light pressure shown by Portland. Ainge guarding Pippen. Drexler on Jordan. Michael not able to hit. Rebounded by Robinson. And he drew the foul.
That was one terrific offensive move by Michael Jordan to get the shot off. He got a great look at it. He just didn't knock it down. And then when the rebound was grabbed by Robinson, believe me, Jordan knows how he's been at the free throw line this evening. He steps away after he starts left. The rebound, Jordan's going to make him do it at the free throw line.
When we come back, Robinson 4 of 8 from the line will shoot 2 more.
Better than a wagon, better than a van. Whatever you're dragging, Expo can. Mitsubishi Expo and Expo LRV. Expo C7, LRV 5. Both are available with all-wheel drive. Take them to the mountains, take them to the shore. There's no greater way to the great outdoors. Expo and Expo LRV, the ultimate in versatility. The Expo Sport Wagon, maneuverable, comfortable, just the right size. From Mitsubishi, the word is getting around.
The hand on the left is waxing a car with an old sock. On the right is the Black & Decker Handy Buffer. It's 25 times faster and so easy, there's no excuse not to keep your car looking like new. It'll knock your socks off. The Black & Decker Handy Buffer.
Starting this Friday at McDonald's, you can get Batman Returns on a dramatic series of superheroic collector cups, topped off with flying crispy bat disc lids straight from the movie. Because what you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Portland Trailblazers trailing most of the way with a surge here in the fourth quarter, have taken a 3-point lead. The Bulls have 2 full timeouts and a 20 remaining. Blazers 3 and a 20. Chicago already over the foul limit. The next foul for Portland will put them over the limit. Cliff Robinson will go to the line. He was fouled by Michael Jordan, who picked up his 3rd. Robinson is 4 of 8 from the line. But Cliff has certainly turned it from the 2 of 11 shooting in Game 3 on Sunday, looking for points 17 and 18.
We had said at the end of Game 3 that if Portland was going to wind up beating Chicago here, they had to get a more balanced attack, had to get more people contributing. Right now, you have 4 players in double figures for the Trailblazers, only 2 guys in double figures for Chicago.
35 remaining. Robinson hits 1 of 2. Portland by 4. Porter staying on Paxson. Cartwright played by Robinson. Pippen with the double team. It was deflected by Percy. Here's Drexler. And he's fouled.
Excellent team defense leads to a break for the Portland Trail possession here, knocked away by Porter. And this is the reason why they're in the lead right now. This is the reason why they're making a move on the Chicago Bulls, because of their team defense has improved, especially in these last 5-6 minutes.
Clyde Drexler is now 2 of 5 from the line, and Portland leads by 5.
Magic, when was the last perimeter shot that Portland has taken?
Well, it's been, what, 4 or 5 minutes ago with Percy from the corner. They've gotten much smarter, executed a lot better down the stretch, but also their team defense has been better and allowed them to get out on a break.
Chicago has taken a timeout. We'll be right back.
Alan? Ray, about this friends and family thing, gotta talk to you, man.
Alan?
Hi, Mom.
That person you gave our number to called about leaving AT&T for MCI and hassled us about this friends and family plan.
Alan, Doug, this friends
At
and family...
AT&T, your family and friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
It's Gail.
Gail?
Some sales guy called and said you gave him my number. Thanks a lot.
It's just not worth it.
You get a hold of him? Yeah, he said he was going to spend the afternoon with his wife.
His wife? What could he possibly be doing with his wife on a Saturday afternoon?
He's going to clean out the garage or scrub the toilet. Or
Yeah, take out the garbage. She's like a slave driver, that woman, you know? I feel sorry for the guy, you know? It hurts me. Well, he doesn't know what he's missing. You know, I never let a woman treat me that way. I hear you, man. So what should we do tonight? We can talk about cars.
Yeah.
USA Basketball has recognized women's basketball at a different level. Women's basketball is exciting because we really know how to play below the rim. For women's basketball, this is it. This is the top. You know, this is the best it gets.
She's had her sights set on the Olympics since age 6. Now 4'7", Kim Zmeskal towers above the gymnastics world as America's first world champion. Can she join her idol, Mary Lou Retton, as the only Americans to win the Olympic all-around title? Kim Zmeskal, one to watch this summer on NBC.
Well, since Scott Williams hit the 3 consecutive free throws off the personal foul and the flagrant foul, the Portland Trailblazers have turned it all around. They have outscored the Bulls 17-5 since the series of free throws by Williams.
And let's give credit to Rick Adelman for putting that lineup on the floor. He gambled. He went to a small lineup, but it's played very good defense. It's produced some turnovers and block shots, and then it has been very efficient at the offensive end of the floor.
A minute 16 left in the fourth. Portland leads 91-85. Pippen fumbled it and drew the foul. He was pushed. It's called on Ainge, his 4th. Pippen to the foul line.
And Chicago realizes that they must now put the ball on the floor, take it to the basket quickly. They have to put points on the board without time running off the clock. So drives to the basket, quicker shots are what Chicago will look for.
And Scottie Pippen is now 0 for 3 from the line. Pippen usually a dependable free throw shooter. 76% for the regular season and 78 in the final series.
But Marv, the 3 that he's missed, all 3 of them has been crucial free throws.
Portland leading 91-86. Pressure by Chicago. And Porter handles against Paxson. The Blazers hoping to tie the series at 2, setting up a pivotal game 5 here on Friday night. Shot clock at 10. Just under 1 minute to go. In the fourth, crowd looking for a foul on Jordan. Jordan was picked off. Shot clock at 3. Here's Porter. Good play by Paxson. And Portland will throw in with 1 on the 24. Rick Adelman reminding his team 1 second remaining on the 24. Kersey throwing into Ainge. Gets it off. And it's rebounded by Grant. We're down to 40 seconds to go in the fourth. 5-point lead for the Blazers. Paxson with the running hook, able to bank it home. John Paxson brings Chicago within 3. Porter racing ahead of the field. Well, that surprised Chicago. And now the Bulls call for time. With 29 seconds remaining. Phil Jackson taking a 20.
John Paxson does a very good job of putting the ball on the floor, going by Drexler, and then converting with the left hand off the backboard. But, as Magic mentioned earlier, when you play a whole season one way, you tend to stay with it. Portland's mentality, attack right away. They took it out of bounds, looked down the floor. There was Porter by himself. Drexler never hesitated, laid it out in front.
Well, whose man is usually back? The first line of defense is usually your point guard. That time, Paxson was driving to the hole. He made the basket, but he's usually the first line of defense to get back. He couldn't get back. Michael or Scotty should have been back to cover for John.
Is Michael Jordan fatigued? Only 4 points in the fourth quarter. He's missed his last 3 shots. He's only 11 for 25.
He's definitely fatigued because those last 3 shots that he's missed has been Michael Jordan's shots that he normally knocks down, especially during crunch time, winning time. It's usually Jordan time, but it hasn't been tonight.
29 seconds remaining in the fourth. The Blazers lead by 5. Jordan unleashing the three-pointer. And let's check out the call. Darryl Garrison says last touch by the Blazers with 18 seconds remaining. Bill Cartwright now checking in for Scott Williams. The Bulls 4 of 11 from three-point range.
Well, down 5 at the time, you need a 3 and a 2 or a 2 and a 3. It doesn't matter what order they come in. So Jordan tried for the quick pull-up 3, figuring if he misses, maybe he'll get an offensive rebound back in for the 2. Maybe he'll get fouled on the offensive rebound.
Pippen will throw in. Ainge giving him the room, looking to help. 15 seconds to go in the fourth. Pippen couldn't find the shot. Paxson does. That's a three-point attempt. Rebounded by Pippen. Time is running out on the Bulls. Down to 4 seconds. Here's Paxson for Grant. Broken up by Drexler. Clyde Drexler with another superb defensive play.
That team defense has been excellent. We keep going over that over and over, but they said they had to be more aggressive. Well, they've been more aggressive, especially in the last 6 minutes of this basketball game. That's why they're going to win Game 4 here tonight.
The Bulls take a timeout, and that is their final timeout. Only 1 3/10 seconds to go, and the Blazers by 5.
And Clyde with the great hands coming in to swipe and get a piece of the ball. Let's go back to all the alarm and the sense of emergency that had taken place after the loss in Game 3. What's the difference between losing the first 2 away at Chicago and coming home and winning the next 2, or splitting there and splitting here after the first 4 games? It winds up that it's 2-2, and you got to play 3 more basketball games.
Well, in a 7-game series, the next game is always the most important game. So this game was the big game. Game 5 will be the big game.
And Game 5 will take place here at the Memorial Coliseum in Portland on Friday night. We'll be on hand starting 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls matching with Clyde Drexler and the Portland Trailblazers. And tonight, Drexler did it with some outstanding defensive play in the second half. He did not have the shot going. 21 points in all. 15 of his 21 came in the first half. It was Jerome Kersey who turned it on offensively in the second half.
And that's the key thing, that Clyde realized that offensively, he wasn't the go-to guy. It was somebody else picking up the slack. But Clyde made some other major contributions. He defended Michael Jordan. He made some nice passes. He was the decoy for a while, and other guys made it happen.
But why did Kersey play well? the reason he played well is because they got the rebound or they made some steals, and Kersey thrives in the open court. He was able to get out tonight in the open court.
And you talk about defense, Chicago only 21 points in the third quarter, only 19 here in the fourth quarter. They're down by 5. Pippen will throw in. 1 3/10 seconds to go. Just a desperation heave. It'll be Portland ball. The clock remains the same. So the Trailblazers tying the series at 2. And they just run it down. Psychologically, a huge victory for Portland, with thoughts of what took place 2 years ago against Detroit, although the cast of characters is certainly different. But they split those first 2 games. The second was an overtime game, and then lost 3 in a row. Not the case here tonight. Let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, Clyde, now, when I talked to you before the game, you said that you guys were optimistic and confident. There had to be some, you guys had to doubt yourself a little bit coming in here.
Well, you always are very concerned about how you're going to play. I think we expected this to be a tough game, but we also had a lot of confidence that we could win here. And tomorrow's game, Friday's game, is going to be a very tough game also. I think the key is to maintain your composure and just do the things you've been doing all season long and keep your poise.
All right, man. Good luck to you. Great game today. Good luck to you on Friday. All right, thanks, Clyde. Marv.
All right, Ahmad. Clyde Drexler with 21 points, but as we mentioned earlier, in the second half, several outstanding defensive plays by Drexler to help the Blazers to the victory. Jerome Kersey at 21. Cliff Robinson came back with 17. Terry Porter at 14. Michael Jordan with 32 points. Scottie Pippen with 17. Again, the final score, Portland 93 and Chicago 88. Join us Friday night, 9 o'clock Eastern, Game 5 of this NBA Finals Series here in Portland, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Later tonight, following your late local news, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, followed by an all-new late night with David Letterman, later with Bob Costas. For Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, and Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Albert. This Drexler, played by Jordan. Pick and roll for Robinson. Last touch by Robinson. So Chicago gets it back with a minute to go in this first quarter. It's been a hot shooting first quarter for the Bulls. They lead 35-24. Chicago has hit 13 of 19 from the field. Make it 14 of 20. Jordan 4 for 7. He has 12. And the Bulls with a 37-24 advantage.
But usually when the Bulls score this amount of points, 37, that means that their defense is being aggressive, and they score off of that. Danny Ainge just hit the 3-point play, but their defense is good, and they're scoring off the defense.
Jordan with a series of head fakes sets up Armstrong. Yes, Bulls lead 39-26. Down to 20 seconds remaining in the quarter.
And Portland will just run this one down now and wind up taking the last shot of the quarter.
Well, Clyde Drexler had other thoughts. That's not a smart play.
Rick Adelman had given the signal. He wanted the last shot. Clyde felt he had a better idea in mind. Took the shot. Ill-advised one, in my opinion.
And here's Armstrong. Robinson with the steal. And that's the end of the first quarter. The Bulls shoot 15 of 22 from the field. Michael Jordan with 12. Scottie Pippen with 13. They combined for 25 of the 39. A fast start by Chicago in Game 5 of this best of 7. At the end of 1, Chicago with the lead.
The dream of a pure sports car has been kept alive by the people who race them. Those who believe in the simple thrill that only comes from driving a lightweight car with a lot of power. A car that car companies no longer made. But now, the new Mazda, the people who brought back the Roadster, announce the return of the pure sports car. The new RX-7.
Mazda, it just feels right. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on.
Real beer refreshment that's less filling. Miller Lite's everything you want a beer to be.
Cold Miller Lite, I like it like that.
Tomorrow, cash machines.
Come on, Miller Lite, didn't last that. Come on.
I take my son to daycare every day, and his security is my primary concern.
Paul Kewen talks about his new Goodyear AquaTread radials.
When I first saw the AquaTread, I thought, okay, I see how the water is going to flow away.
The advanced Deep Groove Aqua Channel channels water away as you drive.
I feel like I've got control in different conditions.
AquaTread, only from Goodyear. Paul Kewen knows, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
I feel very confident.
The hand on the left is waxing a car with an old sock. On the right is the Black & Decker Handy Buffer. It's 25 times faster and so easy, there's no excuse not to keep your car looking like new. It'll knock your socks off. The Black & Decker Handy Buffer.
On June 22nd, you'll meet a sedan that's not like everybody else's. Until then, you'll just have to wait, like everybody else. The all-new Mazda 626.
An exceptional shooting first quarter, the ball 68%, and Portland 53%. Michael Jordan has gone all the way, as has Scottie Pippen. We talked at the start about the fact that Michael Jordan looked tired, did not score in the final 10 minutes of game number 4. And let's see how Phil Jackson plays it in terms of his substitution pattern tonight.
Well, I would imagine that Phil is going to defer to Michael and ask him how he's feeling, how his legs feel, and then probably take his advice as to when he should take his blow.
Well, he didn't practice yesterday. He had to shoot around. He probably didn't do much this morning. So this is an important game. You don't worry about minutes here because both players, Pippen and Jordan, are playing fantastic. And I don't think you want to take them out quite yet because you mess with their rhythm. They're in a good groove, a good rhythm right now.
Meanwhile, Clyde Drexler getting a rest. Second quarter is underway. B.J. Armstrong, Michael Jordan in the backcourt. Cliff Levingston working down low was fouled. Levingston up front with Pippen. And Scott Williams.
Well, we've seen Michael Jordan the scorer. We've seen Michael Jordan in transition. We've seen Michael Jordan break up a big play on the defensive end of the floor. That time they used Michael Jordan in the post as the feeder. Send that guard down low, throw it to him in the low post area, and then run your cutters to open areas once they start double teaming them.
But the Bulls are doing a fantastic job of whoever man goes to double team Michael, that man is cutting through the lane and getting free for the dish off from Michael.
And the Bulls off to the good start at the line. They're 9 for 10 from the line. The other night, 14 of 20. They have shot very poorly right throughout this NBA Final Series. Only 66% as a team from the line.
You might sit there and wonder, well, if they're running a guy through the lane, how come they don't pick him up with another defensive man? Because what Chicago does is very similar to in football when they flood a zone, put a lot of receivers against one defensive back. They put two people in respective areas against one defender, and then he's got to make a decision. Whichever one he doesn't take, that's who they hit.
Off the steal, Jordan. Stopped by Ainge. Gives it up for Pippen. Nice pass for Livingston. But picked by Williams. And it's a loose ball foul, a climbing foul, charged to Scott Williams.
I would much rather see Cliff Levingston take that ball right to the rim and try to dunk the thing rather than up, bring it down low, and then try and go back up again. Here, go hard, try and dunk it, draw the contact, get to the free throw line, shoot 2 free throws.
Well, because they've been going to the line in the first quarter, so you know that you'll probably get that call.
B.J. Armstrong is committing the foul. This is the biggest lead of the game for Chicago, a margin of 15. Portland with a backcourt of Porter and Ainge, Robinson, Percy, and Duckworth up front. So Rick Alleman has not gone to that smaller unit that was so successful the other night. Duckworth is hit by Williams. A series of fouls charged to the Bulls. That's 3 successive. 13 foul for Chicago.
Down in the low post, Williams, not quite as big or as strong as Duckworth, loses his position on the move across the lane because he went underneath the screener.
Duckworth tried to go cross court. Always a dangerous pass, and he threw it away.
Well, you can see when Williams committed that foul, Michael brought all the Bulls together to tell Scott Williams, look, don't foul him. You got the double team coming, just what we just witnessed, and we'll make him pass out of the double team. And Duckworth turned it over. Good move by Michael. 2 points because he touched it on the rim.
The basket by Jordan will count. He now has 14. Timeout taken by the Blazers. Minute and a half gone by in the second quarter. And the Bulls lead it.
Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Sunday at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific.
There's more than new looks to the 93 Ford Escort. There's a whole new way to buy an Escort, because these 4 Escort LXs all share one low price, $10,499. The 3-door, 4-door sedan, 5-door, and wagon all have air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, power steering, power mirrors, and more. 4 Escorts, one price. Now buying an Escort's as easy as owning one.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
The fat man walks slowly. Well, the fat man needs to lose some weight.
Columbia Pictures presents
Yes!
Damon Wayans in an all-American success story.
Hey, what's happening, bro?
What are you? About the pursuit of Mo. Which jewel would you like to see, gentlemen?
That one?
Mo Money.
I loved it.
Rated R. Starts July 24th at theaters everywhere.
Silver summer. Silver time, silver line, girl in the silver suit look so fine. Look so fine. Silver bottom, silver top, silver fish, silver wish come from here, right from here. Ooh, and it tastes so good. Cool light is alright here now. Cool light is alright here now.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Coors Light. The silver bullet is the right beer now. By Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by Levi's Dockers. Nobody does color like Dockers.
The offensive goaltending call was made not because the ball was touched, but that the backboard was hit while the ball was in contact with the backboard. Therefore, if you punch it hard enough, it could roll or make it roll off the rim. That's where the call took place.
10:35 remaining. In the first half, the Bulls with a 17-point lead. They have been going at a blistering pace, 16 of 24 from the field, 67% shooting for Chicago here in the first half. Marv Albert with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, along with Magic Johnson and Ahmad Rashad from the Coliseum in Portland. Game 5 of the best of 7. The series tied at 2. Drexler has returned. Open shot. Jerome Kersey has hit 4 of 5. He has 8 points. The Bulls 43, the Blazers 28. And now Pippen has been guarded by Kersey. Kersey getting the hand on the ball in consecutive sequences. Michael Jordan has 16, and the Bulls lead it by 17 points.
Well, every trip down the floor for the Bulls, Michael or Scottie Pippen has the basketball, and they're going to make something happen. So the fans can see this and get ready for the entire game, because they're going to create offense either for themselves or for their teammates.
Bill Cartwright is back. Kevin Duckworth was called for the offensive foul. Cartwright up front with Livingston and Williams, Jordan and Armstrong in the backcourt. So Scottie Pippen getting a rest, leads with 13 points. Porter knocked it away. Terry Porter trying to shake by Armstrong. Rebounded by Drexler. And Livingston Langston and Williams each got a piece of that shot. Armstrong lost it off his foot.
You know, what I don't see from the Portland Trail Blazers is that helter-skelter game. I don't see them running. They just got a turnover with Robinson. They didn't push the ball down. They must push it to get easy transition points.
Here's Drexler. 10 points for Clyde Drexler. He's complaining. He thought it was foul on the follow-through of that shot. Bulls by 15, and the crowd urging the Blazers on. The steal by Percy. 2-on-1. Drexler.
It's almost like Percy had a jump start Drexler to start running. Clyde didn't realize that they had come up with the basketball. When Percy bumped into him, then Clyde took off and got the score.
Last touch by Scott Williams. The Bulls feel a turn, and they decide to take a timeout.
People used to go out on Saturday night and leave their truck at home. Times have changed. Our 92 full-size pickup is still built Ford tough, but we designed it to be more stylish outside, more comfortable inside. Now, if anything gets left at home, it'll probably be their car.
More people are driving the best-built, best-selling American trucks than ever before.
Shirts. Beware the man who says, "I'll give you the shirt off my back." Chances are it's not a Docker shirt, and therefore of no great loss to him, nor of any particular gain to you. Nobody does shirts like Dockers.
Hey, kids, he can dance. He can jam. His name is Jackson. His name is Jordan. Get the picture? It's a meeting of the Michaels. Inside Stuff gets an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at a jam session like you've never seen. Michael Jordan puts on his dancing shoes. Michael Jackson laces up his loafers. Two superstars swap tricks of their trade. Not your normal features, not your normal announcers, not your normal playoff show. But then again, who wants normal? NBA Inside Stuff, tomorrow on NBC.
For America's Olympic hopefuls, the moment of truth is now. Now is the time for Kim Zmeskal, the world's current champion, to reign supreme. Now is the time for Shannon Miller to steal the spotlight. Who will be America's Olympians in Barcelona? The U.S. Olympic Gymnastics Trials, live this weekend on NBC.
Michael Jordan anticipates the double team, tries to split and hit to Scott Williams, but instead of his hands, it hits off his thigh and out of bounds. And then right after it, Bill Cartwright trying to feed Williams again. Instead, it winds up in Kersey's hands, who initiates the break with Clyde finishing in the end. So it's turnovers that lead to the easy scores for the Trailblazers.
3 straight turnovers by Chicago. You can see the points off turnovers certainly leading to the wins and losses in this series. And the story today, the Bulls with 19 points off 10 Portland turnovers. Chicago with 7 turnovers. 8:15 to go in the second quarter. Portland in the midst of a spurt. Down by 13. Here's Kersey. And a loose ball foul called on Drexler. That is his third foul.
And one thing that Phil Jackson did was, when he took the timeout, he brought Grant back on the floor again for Chicago. The guy that's on the glass for him, the guy that will block shots for him, he's the steadying factor inside for Chicago.
And he will catch the basketball once it is thrown to him. Like Scott Williams missed those 2 balls. That's why Phil Jackson took him out.
And a decision for Rick Adelman. Do you stay with Clyde Drexler playing with the 3? Michael Jordan with 18 points. The Bulls now lead 47-32. There's Jordan hobbling back down court. Michael has had problems with an injured thigh, a bruised heel, and he's come up hobbling. Drexler And Jordan gets to it.
He actually got hurt on the cameraman along the baseline after the shot. He stepped on somebody's either camera or on the belt attached to the camera, and that's where he turned the ankle. And they're taking a timeout now with Jordan having the bad ankle.
As he called for the 22nd timeout, and Chicago trainer Chip Schaefer will check it out.
After he shoots it and fades to the baseline, here's where he steps on it and goes down, tangled up with the camera people along the baseline. A little better look. There it is on the right side of the screen. Jordan slipping and turning that left ankle.
All right, a look from up above, following the follow-through by Jordan, came down on the ankle and then called for the 22nd timeout, and he will sit down. Michael Jordan off to a sensational start, 7 of 10 from the field, 3 of 3 from the line for 18 points. Chicago overall shooting 69% for the game, 18 for 26.
I would say that if Michael Jordan's injury is a severe one, and he cannot return and play the way we know Jordan can play, there may be a change in the future as to who's allowed to sit along the baseline.
I think so.
All right, Drexler tried to save it. He stepped out.
I think you can look for the trainer to probably do a quick tape job on him and try to get him back in to see how it feels, because you don't want to sit too long if his ankle is sprung. You want to get him back out there.
Shot clock at 3, down to 2. Cartwright. Bill Cartwright at the 24-second buzzer, connecting on his second field goal. Bulls lead 49-32. Clyde Drexler playing with 3 fouls. Duckworth to the fake, and he drew the foul. It's on Cartwright.
Well, you know, probably Adelman was going to substitute for Drexler if Michael Jordan had been in the game. But with Michael on the bench now, Adelman feels a little bit more comfortable with having Drexler on the floor, because now he doesn't have to play that, you know, superstar Michael Jordan that slash and take it to the basket guy.
And the other thing is we need to go back to game number 2, where the same thing happened. Rick Adelman was faced with similar decisions. Drexler got in early foul trouble, picked up his 3rd one quick, and Rick stayed with him, left him on the floor. He did it again when he picked up his 4th foul in the second half, left him on the floor to play.
Bill Cartwright sitting down and picking up the second. Stacey King, who did not play at all in game 4 after the strong showing down the stretch in game 3, replacing Cartwright, and John Paxson has come on for B.J. Armstrong. Danny Ainge back for Portland, so it is a backcourt of Ainge and Drexler. Duckworth up front with Williams and Kersey. Last touch. Oh, they say Portland knocked it out. Crowd wanted it. Called off Grant. Bulls lead 49-33. So the Blazers are shooting 50%, and they trail by 16 points.
Well, if you go back to game 1, they were shooting 60% and were down 15 because of Michael Jordan in the first half of game 1 with 35 points.
Flip Livingston, the quick leaper, getting to the boards, providing a spark, giving the Bulls an 18-point lead. And apparently Michael Jordan is okay. He's getting set to make his return. He's over at the scorer's table. Duckworth with the fake. Duckworth on the rebound, and a loose ball foul called on Chicago. Let's go over to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, Marv, that is exactly what happened. Michael stepped on one of the cameras and twisted his ankle. So he came over, and Chip Schaefer retaped the ankle. Michael said he's fine, and he's back out on the court. Marv?
Ahmad, looks like Michael is favoring the ankle. He's trying to work it out as he steps onto the court.
The more that he gets a chance to run up and down the basketball court, the more of a chance to get loose for him again, and he'll be back into the flow of the game. So he won't be feeling it in about 2 or 3 minutes here once he gets the adrenaline flowing and get his game back on.
Kevin Duckworth, 3 out of 4 from the line. Coming up on the Prudential halftime report, Bob Costas with a conversation with Michael Jordan that was taken shortly before tonight's game. Two-parter, Michael talking about the Bulls' inability to win games 2 and 4. Here's Stacey King. Michael will also cover his views of Clyde Drexler and his reflections on what has been at times a very difficult season. It's all coming up with Bob and Michael on the Prudential halftime report. Foul called on King. And it sends Drexler to the line.
In transition, King tries to hold up Drexler from getting out on the fast break. You can't do that.
No, he did it wrong, though. What he tried to do was he tried to hold him up, but he pushed him instead of just getting in his way. He should have just got in front of him and made Clyde go around him.
Oh, this is very special. The Magic man giving up some of the secrets that he has never divulged before.
Some of the sneaky secrets. Bulls over the limit and put Drexler on the line. Bulls by 14. Jordan for 3. Well, Michael Jordan goes back to three-point land. That's his second 3. And the Bulls lead 54-37.
Chip Schaefer with another bonus kicking in, the trainer for Chicago.
And Pippen had it knocked away last touch by Drexler. Now, Michael Jordan in this series, 10 for 23 from downtown. And if he's still favoring the anchor, we may see him shoot the 3 more frequently.
Well, I think what the 3 allows him to do is that when whoever's playing him, Drexler comes out at him, then he can fake and go around him. So if he got his outside jumper going, it makes his drive game that much more explosive.
Now goes to the drive and the pull-up. Look out. Again, Michael Jordan going down in the midst of photographers. He took the official, Jess Kersey, with him. Michael's had a very close relationship with the photographers along the baseline.
Well, it's the fade after the shot along the baseline, and then the follow-through, a little body contact, and then like the bowling pins on down into the crowd.
Foul was committed by Duckworth, his second. Jordan is 3 of 3 from the line. 21 points with just under 5 remaining. First half.
Well, right here you can see Duckworth just hits him and takes him into the crowd. Now, if you're a Chicago Bull fan, you got to like the way Michael Jordan has come out in his first half. He's looking to be aggressive. He has his outside game going, and he's attacking. And when Michael's attacking, the opposition, which is the Portland Trailblazers, are going to have a long evening if they don't find a way to double team him.
The big move for the second half for Phil Jackson. Put somebody along the baseline. It's Michael Jordan.
Danny Ainge connecting on the three-pointer. Bulls lead 56-40. That gets the crowd going. King up front with Pippen and Grant. Paxson and Jordan at the guards. Pippen keeping it alive. 15 for Pippen.
The reason for that offensive rebound by Pippen is because Danny Ainge is playing him. He cannot guard him defensively or box him out when the shot goes up by one of Pippen's teammates.
This is exactly what Magic is talking about. With Ainge trying to guard Pippen, Pippen is going to go strong to the offensive boards. And if it's a jumping contest, well, it really is no contest. Pippen wins out on it.
Foul committed by Horace Grant, his third, and he'll be replaced by Scott Williams. Danny Ainge to the line. Danny's long-term contract signed when he was a member of the Boston Celtics is expiring. He will be an unrestricted free agent and says he will check out the market. But he said all things being equal, he would like to stay in Portland. He has certainly helped his stock during the playoffs, although he's annoyed when people say that because he feels that he's played well when he's had the opportunity all season long. Why should a couple of games change his market value? That's a trouble called on Paxson.
Well, you got a veteran, a guy who has stepped up to the plate and delivered during the finals and in the playoffs. But also a for a guy who's from this area. So you almost want to keep him because of the fan appeal and because he can also, he's the only player on this team consistently that can hit from the outside.
Drexler squeezing through is held. Foul committed by King. That's a quick 3 on Stacey King.
Coming into this series, an area that Portland seemed to have a decided advantage against Chicago was from three-point territory. Going into this game this evening, Portland just 7 for 38, 18% from the three-point line. Chicago, well, Portland tonight 1 for 4, Chicago 2 for 3. Chicago shooting 38% from the three-point line for the series.
Drexler now with 17, put to the line by the foul on Stacey King. Stacey King, the master of impersonating voices, tells me he's working on the czar. Hasn't quite mastered it, but he has Bill Cartwright down. If we get a chance later, we'll play you the Stacey King impersonation of Bill Cartwright. Scottie Pippen to the scoop, rebounded by Pippen. He is flying, and Drexler comes away with it. Porter with the center for Buck Williams. Terry Porter has been dishing off effectively throughout the first half.
Yes, he's really been penetrating and trying to find his teammate and not looking for his own shot.
King getting inside, a strong move, although the Blazers thought that he traveled. The Bulls lead by 15, just under 3 minutes remaining in this first half. Here's Porter, rebounded by Williams. Crowd looking for Porter to take the shot. He does. Drexler, and again, Clyde Drexler will go to the foul line. Timeout taken with 2:34 remaining in the first half.
When I meet a woman, I am flowers, I am candy.
Don't let him do it to you, girl. He got a plan.
Paramount Pictures presents Eddie Murphy, Robin Gibbons, Halle Berry, David Allen Greer, Martin Lawrence, Grace Jones,
What's the matter with you?
Jeffrey Holder, Chris Rock, and Eartha Kitt in the summer's most far-flung romantic comedy.
This is my Mac Daddy vibe I'm giving you.
Boomerang, rated R. Starts Wednesday, July 1st.
I'm Spike. My house. And these are my housemates. Let's play some ball. I ain't playing ball with no ball hogging, trash talking, showboat, Nike wearing, high flying, donut dunking, hip hopping, homeboy from Harlem. And I ain't playing ball with no flat-footed, Boston loving, gravity bound, Nike wearing, no dribbling, golden hair, hockey playing, farm boy from South Dakota. Hold up. If we're gonna live together, we gotta play together. The more colors, the more better. Peace.
There's more than new looks to the '93 Ford Escort. There's a whole new way to buy an Escort, because these 4 Escort LXs all share one low price, $10,499. The 3-door, 4-door sedan, 5-door, and wagon all have air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, power steering, power mirrors, and more. 4 Escorts, one price. Now buying an Escort's as easy as owning one.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
The game was born in America and dominated by the USA in the Olympics. But recently, that legacy's been challenged. Now, it's about to change. Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, Larry Bird, Karl Malone, Magic Johnson, Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, Chris Mullin, David Robinson, John Stockton, Clyde Drexler, and Christian Laettner. The Dream Team, coming this summer to NBC.
Well, there may be a future in show business for Stacey King. As we mentioned earlier, he takes great pride in his impersonations. His favorite subject, teammate Bill Cartwright. First, a sampling of Cartwright's speech pattern, followed by Stacey's work.
I'm just happy to be in a championship game for the second year.
Thanks, but we needed your voice sampling to compare to a Stacey King impersonation.
I'm just happy to be in a championship game for the second straight year. Did you get it?
I think he has him down. A little Louis Armstrong touch there also. But as I said, Magic, he's working on the czar. He can't seem to capture it yet.
Well, that's going to be a tough act for him to catch on to.
I'm only sorry that we did not let the Cartwright tape run a little longer when he started strangling you after you told him what you intended to do with it.
Incidentally, Bill Cartwright and Stacey King have had a long-standing kidding relationship based on a series of practical jokes at each other's expense, constantly going at each other. Bill answering back at Stacey, and has distributed a flyer that we'll get back to in a moment, advertising a special Stacey King basketball camp. Chicago by 13. 2:20 remaining, first half. And the foul on Drexler, and that is number 4 on Clyde Drexler. So Rick Adelman took the gamble, got away with it for a spell, but now Drexler has collected his 4.
Well, it's one of those things, you develop a certain confidence in your players, understanding whether they have the ability to play with fouls or not. In game number 2, it worked twice for Rick Adelman. It backfires here because now he enters the second half with 4 personal fouls.
Well, the thing about it is he should have had Porter playing Michael and then had him on Paxson where we didn't even have to really defend a guy going to the hoop.
And remember, as Percy gets hurt, and that Chicago lead is down to 11. Remember in game 2, though, when Drexler went out, the Blazers able to turn it around, and with Clyde sidelined on fouls, they were able to come up with the victory. Paxson is open. John Paxson with his 3rd field goal. He has 6. The Bulls 62, the Blazers 49.
What Portland wants to do is try to get this game at 10 or really up under 10 going into halftime, and they would feel real comfortable and good about that. Turnaround jumper right there by Duckworth.
8 points for Duckworth. And Chicago leads by 11. Now Ames matched defensively against Jordan, who's working down low. Portland in the midst of a 15-6 run. And a foul is called on the Blazers.
You confront the low post, but you can't take your arms and wrap it around and hold the player down there. That's going to be a foul.
Ames called for the personal, his first. Now Portland over the limit. Michael Jordan, 6 of 6 from the line.
And see, that's what I was talking about before. If you got Ames and you got Porter, why wasn't they on Michael Jordan instead of having Clyde Drexler on him? That way, he wouldn't be playing an active man or offensive threat. He would have been playing somebody else, and he wouldn't have picked up the 4th foul.
Of course, Paxson basically is going to slide to a spot up there. You're not trying to beat you off the dribble and create something.
Yes.
Duckworth putting the move on King, and he drew the foul. Stacey King has picked up his 4th.
Well, the one nice thing that I like to see is Duckworth scored 2 trips ago. They came right back down the floor, put it back in his hands again a second time, and now he's going to the free throw line.
Cliff Livingston will come on, probably replacing Stacey King. We mentioned the Stacey King basketball camp for right-handed players over 250 pounds that has been put together by Bill Cartwright. We should point out a fictitious basketball camp. You can learn to shoot the running and sweeping right-hand hooks. Dribbling was, this is according to Cartwright, Stacey King will demonstrate the right-handed crossover move. According to Bill Cartwright, you can marvel at the right-hand jump shot doctor Stacey King, in a must-do camp for any basketball player over 250 pounds and right-handed.
And the reason Bill Cartwright put in there right-handed on every subject is because Stacey King is left-handed, and everybody knows he can't go to his right hand. So we want to clarify that for everybody out there.
All the cruel locker room humor. 50 seconds remaining in the half. Ames delivers. to Kersey. Good play by Paxson to break it up. But it will be Portland maintaining possession.
And those are some of the small skill deficiencies that you see show up with Kersey out on the break. When he has to be the feeder, not the finisher, you don't always wind up getting the basketball at the right time or place.
Well, Portland has their chance and their wish right now to cut it to 10 points, so if they can take advantage of this.
Porter through the foul. Off the pump. He had Pippen committed. That's the second for Scottie Pippen. And Porter will go to the line.
Pippen a little too anxious to try and send that one back into the backcourt on a block shot. Up in the air. Too bad. Step underneath, pick up the free throw opportunities.
Well, right here, if Porter can knock these two down, you get the game within 10. Coach Adelman has to feel good because his team hasn't really played that well yet. Chicago has played and shot the ball very well from the outside, and you know that's not going to continue. So, hey, you tell your guys, look, we're within 10. We got a real good chance to come out of this looking good. Now, if we come back in the third, fourth quarter and apply that pressure we did in Game 4, we got a chance to still win the game.
Yes, Chicago shooting 62% for the half. They lead by 10, 25 seconds remaining in the first half. Strong defensive sequence being shown by the Blazers. Shot clock at 4, and a reaching foul is called. Portland in the midst of an 18-8 run to cut it to a 10-point lead. Chicago led by as many as 19. Michael Jordan back to the foul line. Blazers at 50% and trailing by 10 points. Jordan 7 for 7 from the line. Bobby Hansen getting set to check in. Chicago 14 of 15 from the free throw line.
And I would imagine that Hansen will replace Scottie Pippen, and Phil Jackson doesn't want him to pick up one more foul by accident here with just 10 seconds remaining before the half.
And here comes Hansen, who has been a contributor during this final series. He has hit a couple from three-point range. So Hansen replacing Pippen. It's been a glorious first half for Scottie. 15 points, 6 rebounds. Rare miss for the Bulls at the line. Final seconds of the half. And that is over and back. Porter went over the midcourt line and then under pressure stepped back. It is a backcourt violation. And the Bulls, with 3 and 5/10 seconds remaining in the half, get the ball back.
Hugh Hollins, the official, said that the ball was touched in the front court by Porter, and then he stepped into the backcourt after possession. Tough to tell from that angle whether or not he had already received it and then stepped over or not.
Now Craig Hodges comes on for the first time. Hodges, Armstrong, Paxson, Pippen, and Jordan run on it. So Phil Jackson has 5 shooters out there for these final seconds, and Jordan avoids Kersey, and he's fouled. Kersey in the face of Hugh Hollins. The foul committed with 1 and 4/10 seconds to go in the half. That's 3 on Kersey.
Well, it's one of those calls that as an official, you want to try and let it go if it doesn't have any significance, but this one is too obvious. You have to call it because the shove there throws Michael into the crowd.
Well, these two free throws will be Cliff Robinson's fault. He should have laid back in front of Michael Jordan and had a double team on him because his man Scottie Pippen was taking the ball out. Why? How can you let Michael Jordan get the basketball with 3 seconds? You know he's going to get a shot off or a foul on somebody.
And that time Chicago set that whole play up to isolate Michael Jordan down in that low block, then let him bust out to catch the ball if he couldn't catch a lob directly into the post. But if you have a guy in front and a guy behind, it makes it very difficult to catch it.
And just Kersey trying to get the clubs in the proper lineup. Paxson moving next to Jerome Kersey on the foul line lineup. 1 and 4/10 seconds to go in the half. Bulls by 11. Jackson unleashes. He has Ainge. He gets it off. So that is the end of the first half here in Portland. Michael Jordan, although limping off, had a sensational first half. 27 points for Jordan. Remember, he set the NBA Finals record in Game 1 with 35. And Scottie Pippen, as you saw, also came up big with 15. Chicago by 12. When we come back, Bob will be talking with Michael Jordan on the Prudential Halftime Report.
Wouldn't it be great if your neighbor was Wally Dallenbach, the Keystone Beer Winston Cup driver?
Wally, great car. Want to take it for a spin, Dave?
A spin?
And keep her under 170, Dave.
170?
See Wally Dallenbach, or possibly his neighbor Dave, race the Keystone Beer stock car, the Winston Cup Series.
Well, how'd you drive, Dave?
Well, she drifts a little in 3. No problem. But we need to bleed the brakes.
Wouldn't that be great?
One oil filter traps 80% more dirt than the leading competitor. Clearly, that's Motorcraft. Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
Who are you going to call the most this month?
I'd probably call my mother the most. My mother. My mother.
With Sprint's new program, The Most, you'll automatically save on whoever you call the most each month.
My mother in Kansas.
My mother, because she worries.
You'll also save every time you call one of the millions of other Sprint customers.
My mother in Montana. My mother. I call my mother in Brooklyn, New York.
Does anyone around here ever call their father?
I'm paid to buy the high-volume copies. I don't want to have to worry about them.
The corporate line from Canon.
If our copiers are working, our people are working.
Reliable high-volume copiers you don't have to think about. The corporate line from Canon, the new power in high-volume copying.
All two-seaters are temperamental, demanding, expensive.
Ford Ranger, the two-seater that hates to be pampered.
Why are more people watching The New Tonight Show with Jay Leno than all other late-night talk shows combined? The New York Post says it's Jay himself. The Boston Herald also gives credit to Branford Marsalis and the hot new band. Or maybe it's great guests like Bill Cosby, Nina Totenberg, Joe Public, and more. Tonight on the hot new Tonight Show on NBC.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid, the Prudential.
Halftime at Memorial Coliseum in Portland. The Bulls, who had a lead of 19 at one point in the half, lead now by a dozen, 66-54. Bob Costas back at our perch along with Quinn Buckner. Now Jordan gets 27. Drexler answers with 20, but picks up his 4th foul before halftime, guarding Jordan. Should Adelman have taken Drexler off of Jordan, if not out of the game?
Well, I think that's exactly what you got to look at. You need to either get him out of the game, or you got Terry Porter or Danny Ainge, both of whom I think are capable for short periods of time of guarding Michael Jordan. But more importantly, Adelman can't be disappointed. His team is held in here after a 38-point first quarter by the Bulls. He's got to feel that coming in the second half that his team is fresher probably than are the Bulls.
Okay, we want to get in as much of this as possible. We'll show it to you in 2 parts. The second part after the commercial. Before the game, I sat down with Michael Jordan, and here is part 1 of that conversation pregame with Mike.
You have a feeling this thing should be over?
Yeah, I have a feeling that we really dug ourselves a hole, you know, and that's not to knock their playing ability, but we seem to be in control of both the games that we actually lost, and we just never finished. I think we got a little relaxed, a little complacent, along with their intensity defensively, and next thing you know, they turned it around.
The book on them was that they might self-destruct. If what happened to you guys happened to them in games 2 and 4, that's what people would have said, self-destruct.
Right. I think, you know, we heard and knew of the book about them self-destructing, and I guess when we went down in the final minutes, we kind of took it for granted, and they actually played extremely well down the stretch, and we were the ones who self-destructed, you know, or either relaxed or wherever we were looking.
Do you worry that you've let them get into this position. Now it's a best 2 out of 3, whereas the cliche says anything can happen. You worry that this thing might slip away?
It's a concern. You know, I wouldn't say a worry, but it's a concern that we must face and must utilize that concern to a point where we, you know, energize from it and play a lot better and play like our backs are to the wall, because, you know, any breaks that this team can get could hurt you in the long run, which, you know, they've gotten quite a few breaks up to this point. And, you know, any life in a situation like this could energize a team.
Have you got enough left to carry this team if you have to carry them?
I hope I don't have to, but I'm the type of player that I'm going to leave everything that I have on the court, and hopefully that's enough. I feel that other players on this team have a sense of pride, and hopefully that's going to be shown in the play.
Do you think you played too many minutes this year? Your minutes went up for the first time in 4 years. You played a lot of minutes even in games where your team was comfortably ahead. Is it catching up?
I don't think it's really my minutes. It's more or less the productivity from other players. You know, I've played heavy minutes, and I think the more productivity that we get from other players, I can get more minutes. And Phil looked at every moment possible to get me more minutes, but he felt that, you know, with my presence out there, we were really reassured of a game, or winning a game, because of the, you know, lack of productivity from other players.
So you're saying it's not just total minutes, it's how tough those minutes are and how extreme the demands are upon you as an individual.
Right, that's true.
Do you take this thing with Clyde Drexler seriously? Does that give you a little spur? Here's the next challenger, and you got to meet him at high noon on Main Street?
That's exactly the way I take it, as a challenge. I'm a competitor, and I need something to drive me, in a sense. And every game this season, I felt that someone was trying to take something away from me personally. So that was my motivation, to step on the basketball court and compete. Right now, with all the media hype of Clyde Drexler and myself, that's the competition that I need to keep raising my game, or elevating my game to the point where I don't think that I'm tired. I don't want to be tired. I want to play.
You told me earlier that the Knicks series had a lot of trash talk in it. How much in this series? What's the atmosphere on the court in this series?
It's an arrogance between both teams. Not much said, but you can feel the arrogance from both teams. Even with Clyde and the competition that he and I have, it's some compliments passed between the both of us, but it's the type of arrogance that, God, that was a great move, but I don't want to tell you that, but I got to tell you because it was a great move. That's the type of arrogance that's passed between the two teams.
How do you tell them? With a look, or do you say something?
No, I pat him on his leg or his butt, or, you know, I would say something, or he will say something to me. You know, first game, when I was shooting all those jump shots, he asked me, well, are you going to miss any? I said, I missed quite a few already. I don't want to miss any more. That's the type of conversation that he and I have, but it's a lot of respect between the both of us.
Okay, and coming up next, the second part of this conversation with Michael Jordan. The Bulls lead it 66-54 at the half, and we're back after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
Sweeping changes, there is one certainty: the financial strength of the rock. The Prudential Rock Solid.
You'll see someone receive a gold medal, maybe you have another game or two, just get you really pumped up.
It fills you with a sense of pride because that's your country. It's not just that particular person going up there and receiving a medal.
There's something that's within you that makes you elated to watch the other Americans do well.
Back in Portland, where the Bulls lead the Blazers at halftime, 66-54. And let's pick up again with the second part of our conversation taped just before tonight's game with Michael Jordan.
What kind of perspective do you have now on this year with its controversies, the White House and Horace Grant, and then the book and the golf controversy and the occasional criticism mixed in along with the praise? You have a new perspective on it?
Well, I mean, if we win and when we win, it would be a pretty personal gratification year for me. It caps off that type of a year with all the adversities that I had to deal with individually and the support of my team, which, you know, really was not affected by it at all. We really contributed and played well even through all the adversities. It would be something to reminisce and yet be happy that it ended the way that we wanted to end. And from a personal gratification, it would certainly give me an uplifting confidence going into the next season.
Would it be more a relief than an exhilaration?
Certainly. That finally this tough year that I encountered is finally over, and it's over because we won a championship, and that it was one of those years that I matured and probably improved as a player, but in life in general I matured quite a bit, and I'm glad I went through the lesson. I'm glad it's over with. Now let's move on in my life.
Do you worry about next season? Long grind this year, then the Olympics, which is a once-in-a-lifetime thing for you, actually twice in a lifetime, but once as an NBA player, and then such a short break and then right back at it again, and always as a marked man.
My concerns is for next season, but I think what's going to overcome that concern is it's an opportunity to get to know so many great athletes that I compete against all year long in a social atmosphere. That's what I treat the Olympics as. It's still going to be a vacation. I know it's very competitive and it's us against the world or whatever, but I think the talent that's on that team can relax and have a good time and still win. But mentally, I will be a little tired. Hopefully, once I sit down with Jerry Reinsdorf and the organization, that I won't be asked to come back so rapidly and so fast for next season, that I will be given some time to take my mind away from basketball and relax.
Do you ever stand outside yourself and say, whoa, how did I do that? Or, yeah, if I was up in the stands, I'd jump up on that one.
I do, but I don't do it in that atmosphere. I do it in the sense that I look at myself from a personal standpoint. Are you doing the right things? Or is everybody going to be happy with what you do? Or do you do it just because you know that's the right thing to do? Or what will your kids think in the future? Basketball-wise, I still surprise myself. Yeah, I make moves that people have to be excited about because I'm excited once I see it over again. But from a personal standpoint, I look at myself very critically.
Jordan implicitly critical of his teammates for not carrying enough of the load. Pippen had a big first quarter tonight, and even though Jordan has 27 at the half, Pippen has chipped in with 15. It's Drexler who's carrying too much of the load. He's got 20, and again, Terry Porter shut out of the offense for the Blazers. Only 3 shots and 5 points at the half. Now, you spent some time this week with Michael Jordan. Played golf with him, in fact, right?
Well, we did play golf, and what I liked about him is that he makes everybody feel so comfortable. But after we were done during the day, we watched some guys play basketball. He was very, very complimentary and thanked everyone for just being able to help him get his mind off of the game. So obviously the golf helps him get away from the game.
Okay, before we get out of here, one quick note. NBC's 3 weekends of U.S. Olympic trials coverage begins tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, with Olympic berths up for grabs in boxing and women's gymnastics. 6 American women will compete in Barcelona on what could be one of the best U.S. teams in history. After Thursday's compulsory events at the trials, 15-year-old Shannon Miller was the surprise leader over all-round world champion Kim Zmeskal. Halftime in Portland, Game 5, the Bulls 66, the Trailblazers 54, and we come back after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid: the Prudential.
Before watching Fresh Prince.
Pass the ball! Oh, gee, brother, shoot! This is basketball, not rodeo! Come on, then!
After watching Fresh Prince.
Check out the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It'll change your attitude. Monday on NBC.
In the world of luxury automobiles, you expect aerodynamic styling. A beautifully crafted, leather-trimmed interior, the uncompromising safety of driver's and passenger side airbags, and the superior performance of a 24-valve engine. You just don't expect it to be so affordable. The Acura Luxury Lease Program. It's more than a lease. It's a legend.
chill, faster to more of the world.
Can you beat the pro?
Monday is your chance to beat the tee shot of our celebrity golfer, Rosie Casal. Hit a hole-in-one, win a Lexus. Become the champ and win a trip to the Skins game. For details, watch Sports Final on Channel 4.
Come on, beat the pro.
Sponsored in part by Miller Reserve and KCBS News Radio 74.
I have 3 children.
They have so much stuff. My problem is space. There's never enough.
So I bought a 4Runner.
We got a great deal.
Well, there's one small problem.
Getting it away from Bob.
From Rich.
From Neil.
It's a 4Runner by Toyota.
You spell it T-O-Y-O-T-A.
Save on special option packages now at your Northern California Toyota dealer.
It's Sit Down with Gary Radnich. Join us tonight after the game.
Back in Portland, both clubs back on the floor getting ready for the second half. The Bulls lead by 12. Michael Jordan, the story of the first half, once again, 27 points, but he came up hobbling with an injured ankle off this play, landing along the baseline and twisted the ankle. For more on that, let's go to Ahmad, who is with Chicago Bulls trainer Chip Schaefer.
Having all kinds of foot problems. I'm joined now by Chip Schaefer, the trainer. And what happened to his ankle?
Well, Ahmad, he suffered a sprain to his left ankle, and right now the severity of it is kind of hard to determine because we want to keep him taped and keep the compression on it, but it seems to be a relatively mild sprain.
What kind of treatment did you give to him at halftime?
Well, we just kept him taped and really didn't do much of anything because to untape him and then try to ice him or something, maybe we'd give it an opportunity to swell a little bit. So right now we're going to hold off until after the game to treat his ankle.
All right, thanks, Chip. Chip also has a master's in counseling, so I imagine you're using everything trying to keep this team together.
I'm trying everything I can, believe me.
All right, thanks, Chip. Back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad, and Mike, from the Portland point of view, how about the decision by Coach Rick Adelman to stay with Clyde Drexler while he had 3 fouls, picked up a 4th, and now that spells trouble for the second half?
Well, it's something that he had done during the course of the season. We saw him do it back in game 2, so he believes in that type of thing. You live with your decisions. It turned out to be a bad decision. They now have to play the next half with Drexler having 4, and he had a terrific first half, 20 points, 6 rebounds, shot 50% from the floor. It would be a monumental loss if he goes out and gets his 5th one early here.
All right, and Magic, Chicago has done it with the usual combination, although Scottie Pippen throughout the playoffs has been up and down, but tonight they have received the effort from both Jordan and Pippen.
In big games, your superstars must produce. Pippen and Jordan have produced so far, and that's why they have the lead at halftime.
All right, terrific shooting first half for both ball clubs as we check out tonight's Miller Genuine Draft halftime statistics. The Bulls 24 for 39 for 62%, led by Jordan, 8 of 13 for his 27. And the Blazers also on fire. Portland with a terrific shooting first half.
Do you hunger for dirt and rocks? Do you salivate at the mere sight of a steep mountain trail? Are you getting enough roughage? The 1992 Toyota 4x4 SR5 V6. For those who crave adventure, it's the ultimate feast. Bon appetit.
Think about who you'll be driving around over the next, say, 7 days. That's how long your dealer said it would take before he could fix your brakes. At Midas, we think that's exactly 7 days too long. Because our experts can fix them right the very same day you bring in your car. And that's something to think about today. Midas, because your brakes can't wait.
This might look like a typical light beer, and some typical skiers enjoying a typical day on the slopes. But this is no typical run.
Well, I know you're all bubbling with excitement. Any questions?
And this doesn't taste like a typical light beer, because this is cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft Light. So there's nothing typical about it.
Who is
Dark Man. Find out in the explosive box office thriller, Dark Man, NBC Monday.
Capacity crowd, 12,000. 682nd consecutive sellout in Portland. Michael Jordan with 27. Scottie Pippen with 15. And Portland led by Clyde Drexler with 20. And Jerome Kersey with 10. And Clyde Drexler, despite the 4 fouls, will start the third quarter. What's your reaction to that?
I think you have to start him, even though he has the 4 fouls. You're down now 12. If you leave him on the bench, you go down 22. Then what do you say to yourself? You give it a shot. You're in it to win the championship. You hope he plays smart, and you put him on someone that you hope he will not have the same problems guarding. He's on Paxson as much as possible.
Well, he had a switch off to Jordan, who opens up by hitting the jumper.
Well, see, he started on Jordan. I don't understand this, because if he don't pressure him and if he play back off of him, he's going to score. And if you play up on him, he's going to make him try to foul him. So that causes 5 fouls. So I don't understand the matchup, because he cannot guard him aggressively enough to help the Portland Trailblazers.
Jordan called for the foul. That is his second, of the crowd reacting to Jordan's displeasure concerning that call. Rick Adam an opening with Duckworth, Williams, Kersey up front, Drexler, Porter at the guards. Here's Kersey, and it's rebounded by Pippen. Pippen, Grant, and Cartwright on the front line. Jordan and Paxson in the backcourt, and the Bulls hit their first 2 shots, both from the right-hand corner.
If the fans could witness when they go down into Duckworth, the difference between the Bulls and the Portland Trailblazers is everybody's cutting when their man is being double-teamed. But when Duckworth is being double-teamed, they have no cutters, no ball cutters, and that's why he's having a struggle out of the double-team. Here's a breakaway for Pippen and slam dunks.
And that breakaway set up by the block shot of Horace Grant, who has been all over the boards. A 6-0 start for the Bulls, leading to the 22nd timeout called by the Blazers.
Portland very upset. They felt that there should have been a foul call down low inside. Clyde's upset. The bench is upset. Adelman's upset. All it does is nothing at all to help you in the game. And then the result, long pass down the floor. Pippen with the finish.
Well, all their players have been jawing with the referees all in the first half, and they're continuing it now here in the third quarter, because frustration is setting in, and what you must do is just leave the referees alone. They are not going to do anything by arguing back and forth with Jake and the guys, because they're going to lose out.
And now they've changed to a full timeout. We'll be back in a moment.
Game 6 of the NBA Finals, Sunday at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific.
Who says girls can't play baseball? This summer, the Rockford Peaches are in full swing. Gotcha! And the national pastime may never be the same.
What if at a key moment in the game, oops, my bosom's come flying out?
That sounded good. Tom Hanks, Gina Davis, Madonna. A League of Their Own. Directed by Penny Marshall. Rated PG.
Hey, who's the manager? I am!
Season starts July 1st in theaters everywhere.
You can't have Isaiah's moves. You can't have his speed.
Speed.
You can't have his style. You definitely can't have.
His mom.
But you can have his car.
His car.
The 1992 Toyota Celica.
The Brooker boys are here on tour. What's been the highlight of your lake getting a stop, Matt?
I'd say this new honey barbecued chicken, Russ. Fried chicken glazed in a special sauce with a touch of honey. Get 2 pieces with baked beans, coleslaw, and a biscuit in a roundup meal for just $2.99.
As they have had a horrible time of it, and they're down here 6-0 as we open up the third.
We talked to Rick Adelman about that after practice the other day. He said, well, I'd rather think about the fourth quarters. Games 2 and 4, who we played pretty well.
Good second effort by Kersey. Bulls 72, and the Blazers 56.
Marwood. Backdoor, beautiful play set up by Chicago with Pippen delivering it to Michael Jordan on the back screen live. What Portland has to do now is Jerome and Terry Porter, I think, have to be more aggressive because Clyde Drexler with 4 fouls cannot be as aggressive as he wants to be on offense. So Terry Porter and Kersey are going to have to pick it up, and probably Duckworth.
Terry Porter has to pick it up offensively. Once again, not able to get into it. 0 for 3 from the field. He does have 7 assists. 3-second violation on Duckworth.
If you get up, overplay, and try and take away passing lanes, with a lot of players that works. With Michael Jordan, it does it because he moves so well without the ball. He'll back touch it, and then Pippen gets the good look at the rim with the size as a 6'7" or 6'8" passer.
Right to the fadeaway. Clyde Drexler playing with 4 fouls. Goes to the spin, and he draws the personal. Cartwright collecting his 3rd.
Yes, and this is a very, very fortunate move right here for Drexler that the foul is called, because when he reverse dribbles and pulls back, Cartwright had rotated across and was waiting to try and pick up the offensive foul, which would have been his 5th foul.
And the look on Phil Jackson's face was, I don't know if that was a charge, because he wanted the charge to be that 5th foul on Clyde Drexler. So this is going to be interesting to see how Clyde plays it. If he plays it the same way, he can look for people to come up under him and try to take the offensive charge.
And that's the point that Magic was making a moment ago, that it almost turns you into a jump shooter, takes away your driving, slashing part of the game for fear of picking up the offensive foul.
Chicago leads by 16. Pippen got the step. And he threw the foul. It's on Duckworth, his 3rd. And Pippen will go to the line. Foul situation, 3 apiece on Duckworth and Kersey. Drexler with 4 for Chicago, 3 on Grant, 3 on Cartwright. Stacey King, who played briefly in the first half, picked up 4 fouls in 6 minutes. 18 for Pippen, who is 6 of 6 at the line.
When you see Chicago double-teaming Duckworth and you're wondering why he's having such a hard time making the pass out, when they are in, and I'm talking about Portland, when they are in their motion game or passing offense, it's one of the drawbacks to that type of offense that you don't always know where all your other players are supposed to be. Chicago, more of a set pattern team, knows exactly where everyone's supposed to be all the time.
And Duckworth stripped and fouled. Kevin Duckworth to the line. Michael Jordan picks up his 3rd. Portland is 1 for 7 from the field in the 3rd quarter. So Duckworth shooting a couple. He's 5 of 7 from the line.
Well, that time, what happened was that he had been getting double-teamed the last 2 or 3 times, so he moved out of the post, and he got a chance to shoot the ball freely. He missed, but he followed up with the offensive rebound. So you can probably see that now. He'll probably be trying to move out of the post before he can avoid that double-team.
Buck Williams able to keep it alive. Drexler had it knocked away, recovered by Duckworth. He's blocked by Grant. Here's Pippen on the open floor, giving it up to Paxson. And the Bulls with a 78-59 lead. 8.5 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Duckworth. Bulls lead 78-61. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad from the Coliseum in Portland. Kevin Duckworth with the box out. Buck Williams played by Michael Jordan. Able to spin in. That was not the shot he had in mind. Crowd looking for a foul on that last drive. Shot clock at 5. call on Jordan.
Well, that last time down, that was a great no call because Buck had spun and got himself out of control. So it was no foul there. Michael had played him straight up. And then coming back down, Michael was really anxious to take Clyde off the rim of a travel first.
And was called for his third. And for the Bulls, their fourth team foul.
You know, there's a lot of complaining and a lot of going back and forth here with the referees. Both teams have got to leave the referees alone and concentrate on the game at hand here, at the task at hand.
Cartwright. Call for the push. That's 4 on Cartwright, and it puts the Bulls over the limit. Now, that could be a major factor, Portland, with only one team foul.
Well, it's one of the toughest calls for me is post defense versus a big guy that's trying to back his way in, trying to hold you up with his free arm, and then you're kind of caught behind and you're trying to make a decision of how to come around. It's a very difficult call, and that's where the judgment and experience of the officials comes into play in that low post area. So difficult.
Duckworth, a 69% free throw shooter. The Bulls take a timeout with 7 minutes, 19 seconds left in the third.
I'm Spike. This is my house. And these are my air raid sneakers. Tim Hardaway's going to show us how to shoot when the wind's up. I got skills. It's ugly, but deadly. Note the ugly lack of spin. Observe the ugly knuckleball action. See the ugly release. Any questions? Yeah. What do you do if it rains? You ran a movie. Do the right thing. Jungle fever. She's gonna have it. School days.
Wouldn't it be great if you could afford a luxurious mansion? For you and all your friends? Of course, the place needed some updates. Like a bowling alley and a pool table. Naturally, you'd have an open house.
Food, dear!
With beer.
Harold, do something!
Icy, cold-filtered Keystone, Keystone Light, and Keystone Dry. Bottle beer cased in a can. Now, wouldn't that be great?
Even with shift-on-the-fly four-wheel drive. High-track independent front suspension. And a rugged fuel-injected V6. There are still some places you'd never dream of taking your family unless you owned a Toyota 4Runner. Go ahead, put yourself out there.
Where does the time go? I mean, just a minute ago, he was a kid. This is a good And now he's married and has a kid of his own. Grandpa, took me a while to get used to that. But I like it.
This coming week, AT&T out-of-state calls are just 11 cents a minute from 5 to 11 p.m.
Son, listen. Enjoy your kids while you can.
This is a good time to talk.
Because they sure grow up fast.
The game was born in America and dominated by the USA in the Olympics. But recently, that legacy's been challenged. Now, it's about to change. Jordan, Barkley, Bird, Malone, Magic, and more. The Dream Team. The dream begins Sunday, June 28th.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by the people at Nike, who encourage you to just do it. By Midas. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody. And by Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up. Do it for those who love you.
Welcome back to the Memorial Coliseum. For Portland, it's their final home game of the season. Back to Chicago for Game 6 at Chicago Stadium Sunday night. If there's a Game 7, it takes place in Chicago next Wednesday. The Bulls 78, the Blazers 62 as we come up on 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Jordan eluding Drexler. So Michael Jordan has 33 points, and the Bulls have an 18-point goal.
Again, I'm sure the question is going to come up again about matchups concerning Clyde and Michael.
You just can't do it. This is a must-win for both teams. And you just can't have him on him with 4 fouls.
Well, Drexler remaining in that matchup with Jordan. Jake O'Donnell with the call away from the ball against Portland. It's on Buck Williams in second.
At the offensive end of the floor for Chicago, Jordan on a flash post. Clyde knows he's beaten, so he gambles and goes for the steal because he's late recovering, and then that's just a clear path to the basket for Michael.
Once again tonight, the Bulls jumped in front early. They led 10-2. They built the big lead in the first half. Here's Jordan, hammered by Duckworth. And it puts Michael Jordan back on the foul line.
Chicago realizes that Portland is trying to start out with a different player on Michael other than Clyde when they can get into it. So what they do is they're running their split series or their scissors series, which Portland switches that all the time. And when the switch takes place, either Clyde lines up back on him or Michael's wide open to then take somebody else off the dribble when eventually somebody must come out and play him.
Well, they switched Kersey on him that time, and Jerome was throwing him around before he got the ball. Michael got upset, said, "Give me that ball. I'm going to take you to the hole. You can't guard me." And you saw what happened. Ended up on the free throw line.
And you see the foul run down. Duckworth called for his fourth, replaced by Cliff Robinson, who played only 8 minutes in the first half, did not get into the offense. The Bulls with a 20-point lead. It's their biggest lead of the night.
Well, they're going to go right now, Mark, to their small lineup in terms of the Portland Trailblazers, to their semi-small. They still have Buck in the game, and Danny is really in for their real small, but this is their semi-small.
Robinson, yes, here it comes. Cliff Robinson, who turned it around in Game 4 after the 2 of 11 in Game 3, hitting on only his first field goal attempt.
And if you can get it down low inside to start yourself off, it makes such a difference. A high percentage shot close to the basket, and now the three-point play for Robinson. And if you're Phil Jackson, your worry right now is that the complacency doesn't set in. You need that sharpness, the crispness to say, just because you have a lead of 15, 17 points in the game, don't let him get it back to 10 or 9. That's what they're saying. In the other timeout, just cut it back underneath, double digits.
Shot clock down to 6. Down to 3. Here's Jordan for the fadeaway. Rebounded by Drexler. Robinson. Double team, got it back out. Here's Porter. Drexler! Oh, what a slam by Clyde Drexler! That's the play of the night.
Yes, yes. You talking about a sky. He skied from nowhere. I didn't see him coming and just slammed it home.
Traveling violation.
If you're coaching right now, you want to take a quick timeout and not let this team get on a roll. Use the timeout to quiet the crowd. The shot by Porter, a miss, but the perfect timing by Clyde to follow it.
And they got this crowd back into the game, and that's good for Portland because they thrive off this crowd.
Robinson. And Pippen has a 3-on-1. Jordan feeding Paxson. And he has to regroup. 4.5 remaining in the third. And Grant was fouled by Williams. For Buck, that is his third. And team foul number 4 committed by Portland. Chicago with Grant, Williams, and Pippen up front. Backcourt of Paxson and Jordan. Three-point attempt by Paxson. Buck Williams for the rebound. Robinson with the pick for Porter. Rebounded by Williams. Porter, that's 2-point land. He can't buy one. He's 0 for 6 from the field. Here's Pippen. Terry Porter's offense in this series has been most disappointing. He had a terrific series against the Utah Jazz. Did not have a good shooting regular season. Picked it up in the playoffs, but has not done it offensively against the Bulls.
Well, the reason being because they've taken away two things that he scores off of. The transition game and the pick and roll play that Terry Porter loves. That time he caught the big man out on him and it went around him and got fouled.
Well, Terry Porter, during the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, averaged 23.5, and he really went to town with a 3-point shot. 7.5 assists over the first 3 rounds, the average, but you see the numbers, how they have gone down, and the stat line today showing 0 for 6, only 5 points, although his ball distribution has been effective with 8 assists.
Well, as we've heard so many times throughout the course of the season, when you get numbers and then suddenly you face the Chicago Bulls defense, it's a little bit different type of defense. They just recover so quickly. They cover for one another so well. They don't give you a lot of easy scores when you play Chicago.
Chicago leading 84-69. 3:35 left in the third. Pressure by Portland. Ainge is back. Ainge guarding Pippen. A matchup that has not worked for Portland. Paxson is open. John Paxson with 12 points. And the Bulls lead 86-69.
I don't want to keep harping on this, but when the Bulls get double teamed, they always find the open man. When Portland gets double teamed, they cannot find the open man. They get a turnover or a bad pass.
Crowd reacts with Michael Jordan called for his 4th foul, and that will send Clyde Drexler to the line.
Michael trying to move the feet, makes Clyde turn, and it's the reach in for the swipe from behind where the foul is called.
3 of the 4 fouls committed by Jordan taking place here in the third quarter. Would you guess that discussion between Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan had to do with whether Michael feels he can stay out of foul trouble? Not pick up number 5.
You know, it's so nice. You have the luxury of saying, okay, hold on, Scottie Pippen, you go over and play Drexler, and we'll take Michael and put him on Ainge or something like that.
Here's Jordan. Nice backdoor setup from Scott Williams.
Well, every time they run that same play, you get caught watching the ball, Michael backs door, and see Horace Grant was the key to that. He made the excellent bounce pass.
Robinson. He'll go back to the line.
Horace Grant is 4th personal.
Pressure, flash post, backdoor. Jordan with the elevation on the jumper gets a great look at the rim.
Well, what makes their offense so dangerous is the fact that, and that being Chicago, every big man on Chicago team can pass the ball. You can't run that offense unless your big man can pass the ball. And whether it's Williams, whether it's Cartwright, whether it's Grant, they can all pass the basketball.
Cliff Robinson did not get the playing time in the first half, so the numbers on the low side. Coming on here in the third, all 5 points in the third. Bulls lead 88-72. Portland looking for a stop right here. Shot clock down to 8. Grant lost it. Penetration, called for the charge. That is his second.
The difference between the Lakers, the Suns, and the Utah Jazz is the fact that when Portland made those teams turn it over, they were able to turn it into dunks or layups. Right here, they forced a turnover. They got on the other end on offensive foul because the Bulls are so quick to get from offense to defense, they made him make that offensive charge. Now, another thing here is that Portland has not been able to stop the Chicago Bulls in their half-court offense. I think what would help them if they went to a half-court trap. That way, Clyde can still be aggressive and save himself and not really be trying to guard Michael. He can be guarding an area when you're trapping and zone trapping half-court.
Livingston is back, replacing Grant, who a moment ago picked up his 4th. Here's Jordan. Michael Jordan with 39 points. He's hit 13 of 20. Chicago's had the hot hand right throughout. They shot 62% from the field in the first half. Meanwhile, here in the third, Portland only 4 of 17. Pretty fast from Robinson to set up Williams. The Bulls 90 and the Blazers 74 with a minute and a half to go in the third. So Portland now over the foul limit. Cliff Robinson called for his second, and that will send Scott Williams to the line.
Magic, the half-court trap that you were mentioning, Portland did work on it in practice the other day, and Rick Adelman did talk about using it to try and help change the tempo or get Chicago out of running that half-court offense, which they execute so well. What it does is it tends to turn most teams into jump shooting teams where they spread the floor, pass it around a few times, and wind up with a corner jump shot. Then if they're not making their shots, it gives you a chance to run out and get some quick scores back.
Exactly. You have to now go to something else. Michael understands that Clyde has 4 fouls, and he's taking it right at him.
And Michael Jordan will sit down. Bobby Hansen checking in. Jordan also with the 4 fouls. We're coming up on 1 minute to go in the third. The Bulls 92, the Blazers 74. Chicago has led right throughout. Robinson changed his mind. Nice speed. And Terry Porter converts his first field goal. 16-point Chicago lead. Hansen met by Ain. 24. Out of 3. Pippen for 3. Blazers wanted a break. They could not, and then Pippen got a piece of it.
You think you're going to get a fast break against Chicago. Then when you take one dribble and look up, all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 red shirts back waiting for you. They do a wonderful job of transition defense, and part of it is because of the great floor balance that they have on offense. They always have people ready to cover the backcourt.
And that may be a 2-shot foul on the inbounds pass. Hugh Hollins with the call. And yes, it is a holding foul. And so the Blazers to the line.
If you're wondering what that call is all about, if the ball is out of bounds in the passer's hands and he has not started to pass the ball, has not released it, and the foul takes place on the floor, you're awarded 2 free throws.
Robinson, who has had his difficulties at the foul line, he told us after practice yesterday he's not going through the proper steps at the line. He's rushing, he's skipping certain steps, and as a result, he's not shooting the way he feels he should be at the free throw line.
Well, he mentions all the parts of the routine that he wants to have down, and then he says, I get into it and I leave one of the parts out, and that's what's hurting my free throw.
Because of repetition, he's not doing it. See, you got to, in free throws, you got to do that in practice. And once you get repetition over and over again, then your mechanics work. You don't have to think about whether you did one thing or another. And so you have to do it in practice.
Crowd wanted a backcourt violation on Hansen when he received that ball. Winding down in the third. Shot clock at 5. Pippen forced it. And a ball handled by Williams. A ball pass, though. Bad pass by Buck Williams. And it's tipped home by Livingston. That was a costly turnaround for Portland. They had a chance to break down court off the air ball. Instead, it ends up as a field goal for Chicago in the final seconds. Jordan with 39, Drexler with 25. After 3, it's the Bulls 94 and the Blazers 78. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
Somehow, people have gotten the idea the new Toyota Paseo is a wildly exciting, sporty coupe. The Paseo is a practical, sensible car. Okay, so it has some muscle. And a low starting price could be a big turn-on. And sure, you're going to be instantly popular. But that's no reason to do something impulsive. Think it over. The all-new Paseo. A very practical car from Toyota.
Final seconds for Cleveland.
I'm looking for a wonderful woman.
To Porter, he's got it behind the back. Robinson!
To marry me and have children. Birdie.
Great!
But until that happens...
FJ! Signature play.
I love this game.
NBC, home of the 92 Summer Olympics.
Blockbuster Video has all the hot summer hits, more hot new releases, and more copies of them. Free Jack, starring Emilia Estevez, Kid and Play in House Party 2, The Butcher's Wife with Demi Moore, Sean Connery in Highlander 2, Kevin Costner in JFK, Father of the Bride with Steve Martin, Macaulay Culkin in My Girl. Get a 2-liter Pepsi and Blockbuster popcorn for only 99 cents with any 2 rentals. Blockbuster Video's hot summer hits. Take them home and watch them tonight.
She doesn't want to go back to work for a while. She likes staying home with the baby.
How old's the baby now?
She's 2 months old tomorrow. I swear she's a genius. Yeah.
No catchy jingles.
Look.
No images of snow-capped mountains.
She got lucky, I guess.
No rock stars.
You want another Heineken? Yeah.
No sports stars.
No, I've been getting about
None of that is what made Heineken the #1 imported beer in America.
So you like being a daddy?
I wouldn't trade it for anything. You ought to try it.
You sound just like my in-laws.
It's Sit Down with Gary Radnich. Join us tonight after the game. This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Back in Portland, where the Trailblazers have won 9 of 10 at home in the playoffs. They're 4 up, 5 down on the road during this playoff run. The Bulls outscoring the Blazers in the third, 28-24. That's an outstanding third quarter for Portland, 24 points.
24 is a high score for them in the third quarter.
Although they shot poorly in the third, 6 of 19. Chicago, 11 of 19 from the field, just under 60%. The Bulls with a 94-78 lead. Drexler finding Kersey, rejected by Livingston. Kersey again, won't count, an offensive foul. And that is number 4 on Jerome Kersey.
The foul was called because on the second shot attempt, the first one blocked by Livingston, Kersey just takes the shoulder basically and jumps into the defensive player who has established his position.
Now pressure by Portland. A.J. Armstrong is back. He and Michael Jordan in the backcourt. Up front, Scott Williams, Cliff Livingston, Scottie Pippen. So a small front line for the Bulls. Here's Jordan from 3. He's hit 2. Scott Williams getting inside. Williams again, and this time brings it out.
You notice that Chicago really is spreading the floor. What they want is they want to get some of those backdoor easy scores or shots because Portland is overplaying.
Armstrong and Robinson rebounds. Bulls able to get back. Drexler, let's see what the call is. Blocking foul. A block on Williams.
Now, as we can see, Portland has that small unit in that was so effective in the fourth quarter of game 4. Here it is with Clyde on the breakaway. He gets try to split between them. Well, Scott Williams was still not really set yet, and Clyde took a chance, and he saw that he wasn't set. That's why he went on in and drove it, tried to drive it to the basket. Now, what they're going to try to do here is Portland being pressure all over the court, try to make Chicago hurry some shots and try to get out on the break and use their speed and quickness on them.
And what happened last game when they used this, Drexler and Kersey became the breakdown people off the dribble. Porter and Ames wind up being the spot-up shooters.
Drexler for 3. Oh, way off. And here comes Jordan. Pippen. And Pippen will go to the line. Pippen fouled a hard foul on the Trailblazers. Terry Porter Call for his third.
Transition game, and Clyde that time, after he shot it, wound up stepping up towards the ball. Therefore, not enough people in the backcourt to cover the transition game of Chicago.
Scottie Pippen to the line. He's 7 for 7. A very good-looking stat line. 21 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists for Pippen.
You cannot shoot long jump shots on the Chicago Bulls unless you know they're going to go down in the basket, because what happens, they release on you, and that's what happened. They got caught, and he released it, and he went down and almost had a three-point play.
Bulls 95, Trailblazers 79, a minute 20 into the fourth. Robinson, good look from Ames. The Bulls lead by 14. Ames staying with Pippen. Livingston for Williams. Scott Williams bounced back in a big way. He's been playing well right throughout the playoffs. Did not have a good one, though, on Wednesday. Only 1 rebound in 14 minutes. He's been averaging 8 rebounds a game in the series. Oh, the rejection by Jordan.
Beautiful team defense. Michael saw that he was open on the pick and roll. They ran a pick and roll with, and he saw that he was open. He slid over and just rejected that ball out of bounds. They converge on you so quick, Chicago. You think you got it, and then no, you don't have it.
Livingston trying to draw the foul. It will be Portland ball with 4 on the shot clock, and now Phil Jackson calls for time. 2 minutes have gone by in the fourth quarter.
Bill Cosby and other important people on The Tonight Show tonight.
Summer. Something about summer makes fall a little jealous. Boats and barbecues, lawnmowers, lemonade. But hey, don't blame fall for being jealous. Summer is a very tough act to follow. And nobody does summer like Dockers shorts.
Introducing the new Jeep. With an all-new 4-wheel drive system and exclusive standard driver's side airbag. No other vehicle gives you so much latitude.
Filtered Miller Genuine Draft. The world's a very cool place.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Tonight's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Moment takes us back 16 years to Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Boston against Phoenix. John Havlicek hit this shot in the second overtime. Celtics thought they had the game won. But Garfield Hurd hit a 22-foot buzzer beater, sending the game into a third overtime, and the Celtics behind JoJo White, 33 points, went on to win the NBA Finals longest game ever, 128-126. They did it in triple overtime to take a 3-2 lead. Celtics went on to win their 13th NBA title. They won it 4-2. Porter had to release it with the shot clock running down. Chicago with a 97-81 lead, 9:45 remaining in this fourth quarter. In recognition of that memorable moment, Miller Genuine Draft donates $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. And the foul is called. Good fake by Jordan to pick up number 5 on Drexler.
A few moments back, we saw Michael Jordan coming to block this shot, and notice he comes inside, left hand out. That avoids the body contact. If he would have come with the right hand, he probably would have collided chest on back. At the other end now, ball fake, get Clyde in the air, and then put number 5 on him. Personal foul, number 5 on Clyde Drexler.
The reason he went for that fake, because all night, Michael Jordan's jumper has been falling, so he had to go up and challenge him when he thought he had the jump shot, and that's when Michael fooled him and pulled it back.
Jordan, 12 for 14 from the line. And Michael has 41 points. Bulls lead 99-81. Jake O'Donnell with the call. It's on Scott Williams. Non-shooting foul. Here comes Horace Grant. And Scott Williams sits down. Pippen does not go for the fake. And Ames with a force, but he'll take it. That was not the shot he had in mind, but he was committed in midair, and he had to fire one up. 99-83, Chicago. 3 minutes gone by in the fourth quarter. And this call away from the ball against Cliff Robinson, who got entangled with Horace Grant.
Well, sometimes you make your move down the lane, and then you have to create. It's kind of a hope and a prayer, and when it turns out like this for Danny Ainge, your prayers are answered.
Can't find anyone. And he's called for a 20-second timeout.
20-second timeout.
Good defensive sequence by Portland. Game 5 of the best-of-7 NBA Final Series. The series tied at 2. Recapping Game 1, it was Michael Jordan with 39, a finals record 35 points in the first half. Chicago with a 122-89 victory. Game 2, Danny Ainge, the big man for Portland, in the overtime session, and Portland came from behind to beat Chicago in Chicago. That tied the series at 1. Game 3 here in Portland. Horace Grant had another solid performance, and Chicago won up 2 games to 1 with that 10-point victory. Game 4 here on Wednesday night. Portland came from behind to tie the series at 2. Solid all-around game for Jerome Kersey, who had 21 points, 10 in the fourth quarter as Rick Adelman went to the small lineup. There were indications that he would do the same for longer periods of time tonight, but that has not been the case.
No, it hasn't, because the game has dictated him not to be able to play that small unit.
And the foul against Jordan, and that is 5 on Michael Jordan. Offensive foul.
And the officials saying Jordan used his arm to clear a path, the free arm, the right arm, to hold Ainge off, and thereby being allowed to catch the ball. Ainge liked it. Jordan didn't.
5 apiece on Jordan and Drexler. Jordan will sit down. Drexler remains on the floor. Bobby Hansen has come on, and he will guard Danny Ainge. Drexler with the show-the-ball move, met by King, and it's deflected by Grant. Robinson on the follow. Bulls lead, 99-85, 8.5 remaining in the fourth.
If Portland is going to make their move, this is the time right here. Got Michael on the bench. They need to pressure, deny, get up all over the Chicago Bulls players and try to create some early offense.
Hansen with the follow, a wild shot by King, but Hansen able to convert. Here's Drexler, rebounded by Grant. The Bulls with a 16-point lead. They've been able to maintain this sizable advantage. Hansen and Armstrong now the backcourt. Pippen, King, and Grant up front. Bulls with 6 on the shot clock, and a foul is called. It's on Ainge. That is his 3rd.
Such a difficult time for the foul to come because the shot clock was down to 6. They had played pretty good defense to that point. Ainge, feeling threatened in the low post, just uses both hands to throw him away.
There's King. felt that it should have been a foul on Stacey King for ramming Cliff Robinson, but it's called the other way. Robinson called for his fourth.
Scottie Pippen just called the other 4 players in. Remember now, when Jordan's out, Pippen's always on the floor. If Pippen's out, Jordan's on the floor. Right now, I think Scottie Pippen probably just told everyone, look, you must execute the offense against this pressure. They've got us all over the place right now by forcing us out of where we want to be.
Timeout is called. We'll be right back.
Now, first-time buyers can get up to $900 in additional savings on new Jeep Wranglers.
I want him to get the best specialist he can.
When this man was injured on the job, Mary Keaty helped save his eyesight, but she's not a doctor.
Back to the plant.
She found this man a ground floor apartment.
Not a simple injury.
But she's not a real estate agent.
You seem fine, okay?
And she showed this CEO new ways to control expenses.
It's got to be very
The fact is, Mary Keaty is one of many nurses controlling workers' compensation costs
I mean, the bottom line.
at ITT Hartford.
You're going to be out of here in no time.
That's right. She works for an insurance company.
A loving marriage.
All the things that come so easily to Michael, were you one of them? Because there's no man that deserves that much good fortune.
A perfect life.
Karen needs to feel protected. See, she doesn't feel safe with you. Stay away from her.
Now, someone they trusted.
Man, the guy's after my wife.
Is tearing their world apart.
How do I get a cop off my back?
Unlawful Entry, rated R, starts Friday, June 26th at theaters everywhere.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Jeep and Eagle, a division of the Chrysler Corporation, proud sponsor of the 1992 U.S. Olympic team. By Armorall, there is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm.
Well, it did rain earlier in the day here in Portland. It has cleared up as we approach 8:30 Pacific Coast time. And the Chicago Bulls have to be wary about what has taken place in the fourth quarter. On 2 occasions, games 2 and 4, the Blazers able to come from behind and come up with victories.
I don't think we have to remind anybody on the Chicago team about what has taken place in games 2 and 4. That's why they will now try to execute, use the clock, get high percentage shots, and gang rebound the basketball to try and keep Portland from getting second and third opportunities on the offensive boards.
Stacey King, a 75% free throw shooter. Both clubs shooting very well at the line tonight, in contrast to what has taken place in this series. Bulls lead 103-85, 7:40 remaining. Fourth quarter. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad from Portland. Drexler with the spin. Not a good shot. A wild reverse attempt by Clyde.
I think we also got to mention that the fact that their aggressive man and the man who made those 2 runs possible is sitting on the bench, and that's Jerome Kersey. See, he's not on the floor to initiate things or get out on the break and get those layups and dunks.
Porter. Terry Porter with only his second field goal. There's Kersey. 103-87. Chicago. Armstrong got the step and drew the foul. And Terry Porter's complaint is that it was a late call.
And the call is not on Terry Porter. Jake O'Donnell saying that the foul was on Duckworth, rotating over after he had turned the corner and passed Porter by. Duckworth comes over, rotates there, and then it's the body contact that knocks BJ to the floor.
And that's number 5 committed by Duckworth. So BJ Armstrong to the line for the first time tonight. He's an 81% foul shooter. 6 coming up Sunday night from Chicago. That'll be 7 p.m. Eastern Time here on NBC, 6 o'clock Central, and 4 p.m. on the West Coast. Game 6, Portland and Chicago. If there is a Game 7, it will be played in Chicago next Wednesday night, June the 17th. Chicago leading 105-87. The Bulls trying to take a 3-2 lead in the series. Ainge was fouled. So Ainge to the line. He's hit by Hansen.
Right now, I think is the time where Portland, after this free throw, should try the half-court trap match or the three-quarter court press, because for a number of reasons. One, you hope you can make some things happen, get some easy, quick scores. Two, you get a look at least what Chicago's going to do against it, because you may need it again in the next game. Take a shot at it, try to make something happen with some type of pressure. You cannot allow the 24-second clock to be used up each time down with Chicago executing their offense when you're this many points down.
I really can't understand why they haven't gone to either full court or half court, especially right now with this team on the floor that the Bulls have on the floor. You can really trap them without only 2 ball handlers and really no outside threat other than Hansen.
.6:25 remaining in the fourth. Pippen to the scoop. Duckworth was fouled. Grant tried to knock it away, and the foul call. And that is 5 on Horace Grant. And the 4th team foul for the Bulls. And here comes Bill Cartwright, replacing Stacey King, so it's Cartwright, Grant, and Pippen up front with the backcourt of Hansen. Armstrong, the steal by Grant. And once again, the Trailblazers, with an opportunity, toss it away.
One of the things that Magic mentioned in the last game, the long diagonal passes, you stay away from those against the Chicago team. They cover too much ground. They get the passes you don't think they're going to get to.
Armstrong. So again, a mistake leads to a Chicago basket, and once again, a 4-point swing, a potential 4-point swing, costing the Blazers.
The long diagonal pass, you cannot throw a 35, 40-foot pass. Grant at 6'10" covers so much ground, he picks it off.
Filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its real draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
Mount Kilimanjaro is 19,340 feet high. Kalihiwai Jungle has an average annual rainfall of 75 inches. Bryce Canyon is 998 feet deep. These are some of the specifications used to create the new Jeep.
Nothing can stop Batman's return. Now at McDonald's, Batman Returns is on a dramatic series of 32-ounce collector cups straight from the summer's biggest movie. On top, there's a flying Frisbee Bat Disc lid. Inside, a superheroic serving of a large soft drink. You can collect all 6 Batman Returns cups, each at a special price. Because what you want is what you get at McDonald's today. What do you want?
Olympic boxing gold has long been a pathway to stardom. Ali, Foreman, Sugar Ray, to name a few. But for some, the toughest test will come in the trials. Whose dreams will live on and whose will be shattered. See the beginning of the '92 Olympic boxing team. The U.S. Olympic boxing trials this weekend.
5:52 to go on the fourth. Chicago with a commanding 107-89 lead. The combination of Michael Jordan, who is checking back in, and Scottie Pippen doing major damage. Jordan 13 for 21. Look at Pippen, 22 points, 8 assists, along with 11 rebounds. 41 points for Michael Jordan, playing in his 91st playoff game, and he has scored 40 or more 24 times in playoff competition. In the NBA Final, the most points scored in a game, 61. Elgin Baylor did it for the LA Lakers in Boston back in April of 62. Rick Barry once had 55. Here's Porter. And the Bulls lead 107 to 91. Jordan, 43 for Michael Jordan. And the Bulls lead 109 to 91.
Well, the pressure that Portland is trying is a full court man-to-man pressure. When you face guard, they back cut you and then take advantage of the numbers.
Clyde Drexler, who has had a very quiet second half, now with 28 points in all.
Well, this pressure is like a run and jump type pressure. It's not really a real trapping zone trap. And so Chicago can beat this trap easy that they have on.
Jordan rebounded by Drexler. Both Drexler and Jordan playing with 5 fouls. Robinson returning to Porter. Nice play. But Michael Jordan did not want to pick up number 6.
Smart play, smart move.
You can see the skill level of Robinson. He's thrown 3 or 4 excellent passes.
Beautiful block by Drexler. Aims for 3. Rebound, Drexler. The Bulls 109, Blazers 97. So Portland showing signs, and Chicago takes a timeout.
Quote, a mid-sized Dodge Dakota with a new optional 230 horsepower Magnum V8 outpowers, outhauls, and just plain outpulls even full-size 5-liter V8s from Ford and Chevy. Unquote. Dodge, the most powerful line of trucks anywhere. Get $750 cash back on Dakota during the Dodge Dare to Compare Challenge.
Cool.
Game Boy for Father's Day. Have you had your fun today?
A moment ago at the offensive end for Portland, Robinson is posted up. When the feed pass comes in, he watches to see if the defensive man, in this case Jordan, turns his head. Then we're talking about moving without the basketball. Everything happens. Ball in the post, Jordan loses sight. Movement without the ball, give-and-go basketball.
And on the other end, Pippen thinks he has a layup, and Clyde comes out of nowhere and rejects him and leads to a fast break.
We're coming up on 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Portland has come within 12. Grant is fouled. Horace Grant will go to the foul line. Shaken up, lost his goggles in the process. Cliff Robinson charged with his 5th personal.
Chicago's mentality against the press. The press has become more of a trapping type situation, is to attack. Get numbers, break it down, keep your people spread wide, and then once the decision's made, take it strong to the basket. They're not just trying to get it over half court and back it out now. They're going for the scores.
Grant, a 74% free throw shooter. Chicago with 3 timeouts remaining. Portland with 2 and a 20. The high point man of the game, Michael Jordan, with 43. Scottie Pippen has 22. Clyde Drexler with 30. But Drexler has not shot well in the second half. Paxson shaken up as he hit the deck. Porter for 3. Now they change it to 2. It's a 2-pointer. Bulls lead 110-99. Chicago is led by as many as 20.
One of the other reasons why you like to press is when you make things happen, and another example of a backdoor almost there, instead the travel takes place. When you start pressing and good things happen, the crowd gets excited again.
Now this is what they should have been going to a little earlier. It's working for them right now. And here's an aggressive move by Ames.
Ames able to beat Jordan, who is playing very carefully. Did not want to reach in and pick up number 6. It's now a 9-point Chicago lead. 12-3 run by Portland.
You got the bad matchup out here. Robinson trying to guard Paxson, but Paxson's not going to try and go by him.
Jordan. And he is clobbered. Michael Jordan will go to the line. He was fouled by Ainge.
Well, the path was there for Michael to go by Clyde. Clyde can't afford to pick up his 6th foul. Then it's a matter of the other players getting there in time to close down. They just get there too late.
You know, they just trapped him twice. They got turnovers 2 times in a row. Now, you know, if Clyde has 5 fouls, you got to run over and double team Michael Jordan, make him pass, and rotate over to the open guys. And they did not do that time.
Michael Jordan has missed his share of free throws in the 4th quarter. That could be fatigue setting in. For the game, he's 14 of 17 from the line. 10-point Chicago lead. 3 minutes remaining in the 4th. Ames met by the trap, able to find Kersey. Strong move, rebounded by Williams, and he's fouled by Ames.
That's about the 3rd or 4th shot that Portland has had right at the rim, where they've either tried to finger roll it or jump hook it, and it just hasn't gone down, and it's been such a critical thing for them. They surely like to have those 4 baskets back. The good drive, the concentration, but then the finger roll just doesn't take and bite, kicks off the rim.
Blazers over the limit. Scott Williams for the line. He's 2 of 2 from the free throw line. Only a 65% foul shooter. Bulls 31 of 37 from the line.
This is the reason why scouting reports are done. Because the fact that Danny Ainge saw that Scott Williams had the rebound, he ran over and intentionally fouled him because he knew that Scott Williams was not a great free throw shooter.
They'll take 2 for 1 the rest of this game, score 2, foul and give up 1 at the free throw line if that's the way it works out.
Chicago 112, Portland 101, 2:45 to go in the 4th. And the call against Drexler. So he is fouled out. Number 6 for Drexler. 2nd time this series that he's fouled out. And he leaves with 30. Did not shoot well. 9 for 21. Rick Adelman looking for a timeout.
One of the toughest calls is the block charge call in basketball because the defensive man is on the move, the offensive man is on the move, and now you have to decide whether or not the defensive player has established his position. Is Pippen there before the body contact? It's such a close, hard call to make. Jake O'Donnell, one of the best, making it.
Portland is down to 1 full timeout and 1:20 remaining.
Well, here it is, gentlemen. Top of the world. Now, I put my camera here. Your vehicle would face out over the cliffs. What do you think? Look, If you plan to claim your vehicle's as good as a Jeep, you really need this shot in your commercial.
How are we going to get our vehicle up here?
Helicopter.
We'll lift it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Great. Let's go down and make some calls.
Same thing. It's going to be a great commercial.
At age 74, I'm the oldest Ironman triathlete.
Jim Ward has a hobby. It's called staying young.
It's a workout.
That's why he uses Armor All protectant on his dash, seats, and especially his tires. Rubber can age and crack, but Armor All penetrates to keep his tires looking like new. Jim says his tires never seem to get old. People say the same thing about Jim.
I like a good-looking car. It makes me feel good.
There is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. Armor All.
I gotta run.
Got it! Come on! That boy, find me! Whoa! Outside jumpers! Uh-oh! Yes! Game point. Better get tough. Oh!
Nice shot.
Attaboy, get the ball. Great game. You're getting better all the time.
She flies through the pool with power and grace. But her idol is not a swimmer, rather another blessed with the same gifts. Like Michael Jordan, can Summer Sanders prove that she's a champion without peer in Barcelona? Summer Sanders, one to watch at the Olympics on NBC.
Why officiating is so hard in the NBA? Because you don't get a chance to look at it 3 or 4 times. Almost a straight-on look at whether or not Pippen is there in the path to the dribble, or is he sliding into Drexler when the call takes place. Unfortunately, the officials have to make the call on the spur of the moment.
Well, it's always tough to isolate somebody on the side, because what happens is that defensive player get a chance to slide in front of you. And even if he had a blown past Pippen, he would have a lot of help would have came over and prevented him from going all the way.
Bulls lead 112, 101, 2:35 remaining in this fourth quarter. Clyde Drexler, a moment ago, fouling out. 4th time this season he's fouled out. 3 against Chicago. 2 of those 3 in this final series. Shot clock at 3. Grant. And it's rebounded by Kersey. And once again, a costly turnover committed by the Blazers.
Small things, they all add up at the end of games. A simple outlet pass between Ainge and Porter. Instead, the ball goes between both of them. And now another opportunity for Chicago to run time off the clock. The turnovers eventually wind up killing it. Blazers with an 18-13 turnover advantage here.
And it's also when the turnovers come, and it seems that the Blazers have been picking them up at the most inopportune moments. Jordan for the foul. So he'll go back to the line. Foul shots 18 and 19 coming up for Michael Jordan. This was not a good game for Clyde Drexler. The shot selection certainly could be questioned. He did not shoot well. Clyde 9 for 21. In foul trouble right throughout. He had 4 fouls in the first half, and Rick Adelman stayed with him.
Well, once he picked up that 3rd foul, he was so worried about Jake O'Donnell in terms of the way the game was being called and officiated that frustration set in, and that took away from his performance. You know, one thing you got to remember, Jake is the best official in the NBA. Now, if it be a 7-game, Jake always going to be doing 3 of those 7 games. So that means he's the top official. You cannot mess with him. Play ball. That's your mentality has to be.
Robert Pack, who has seen very little action on the floor for the first time tonight, goes right to the hoop. And the foul called on Pack. It's an offensive foul. Now, that stat line that you saw a moment ago on Drexler, and someone who does not see the game sees it in the box score tomorrow morning, says, wow, 30 points, 10 rebounds. But if you saw the game, you realize that not a good one for Clyde. He's on a different level, and there are other expectations.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, it's more than just scoring that you have to do. You have to also get your teammates involved. You also have to be a leader. in terms of when things were going bad, hey, rally the guys, get them together, say, look, we got to quit worrying about officials. We got to quit throwing the ball away and doing the things of that nature. Just like Michael Jordan. You know, I knew Michael was going to come out and have a strong game because they had written in the paper so much about him playing golf that they said here in Portland that he wasn't taking the series in terms of the final series, this final series against Portland, serious enough. They thought that they were taking the Portland Trailblazers lightly, or he was taking the Portland Trailblazers lightly, and he came out to prove them all wrong tonight.
And he's pointed out that golf is his way of relaxing. A very similar situation that you see here with the Czar. He'll read comic books in his spare time, and some people have ways to relax.
Well, I know for me it was music, and I always have music to take my mind, take me away. Michael is golf. There's other guys that have other things. Duckworth, his pets, and so on and on.
Cartoons, comic books for some.
The nice ones are the ones with the glasses that you 3D. You look at the 3D comic. Those are the fun ones.
Have you just discovered 3D? And at 27 remaining in this fourth quarter, Horace Grant has fouled out. And Bill Cartwright is back. Here's Robert Pack, the rookie from the University of Southern California. Signed as a free agent after a good showing at the Southern California Summer League. Played well for a portion of the season, but has not been getting the time here in the NBA final.
Well, you can't go to a rookie when you got all those veterans sitting on the bench that had playoff experience, and that's the reason why Robert Pack hasn't really gotten a chance to play in the series.
Bulls lead 115-102 with a minute 15 to go in the fourth. A 45-point game for Michael Jordan. And Pippen just did get it off, beating the 24-second buzzer. Aim. And tipped home by Kersey. 117-104. For the Portland Trailblazers, it is their final appearance here at home. And the folks here not leaving. They will pay tribute to what has been, no matter what happens in Chicago. An exciting season for the Blazers, who have made it to the championship round for the second time the last 3 years. They have the second best record in the NBA, actually tied for second with the Cleveland Cavaliers, a 57 victory season in the playoffs, beat the Lakers 3-1, knocked off the Suns 4-1, took Utah in 6. Now Jordan sits down, and he leaves with 46 points.
DJ Armstrong, the shooter.
All-time high in the NBA Finals, 61 by Elgin Baylor in April of 62. So Jordan with 46. Jordan's playoff high, not in the finals, was 63.
That's a lot of points there. I think the Boston Celtics and a lot of fans around the country won't forget that performance.
35 seconds to go. Chicago with a 119-104 lead. Danny Ainge, 14 for Ainge. So Sunday night in Chicago, the season will be on the line for the Trailblazers, with the Bulls up 3-2. Game 6 in the Windy City Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, and that'll be 4 on the West Coast here on NBC. Paxson, final seconds, and the Bulls come away with a 119-106 victory to go up 3 games. of 7, NBA Final. Michael Jordan, 14 for 23 from the field, 16 of 19 from the line for 46 points. And we'd like to take a moment to wish Magic well in his return to the court in Olympic competition. The training schedule beginning next week. So you're going to get right to it, I'm told. What, tomorrow morning at 9:30?
That's right to it. Be with the fellas tomorrow and back in L.A. And I want to thank you, Marv, and Mike, and Steve Jones, and Dick Enberg, and also just everybody for just putting up with me. I'm going to take a break for Game 6 and be with my baby and my wife, and also train. So I just have to say goodbye, you know. But it's been great. In the basketball world, I made a lot of good plays, but here I made a lot of bad plays, so I've been on the other side.
Wait a second. It's been great having you with us. And incidentally, if there are babysitting problems, I believe the Czar still gets $2 an hour. Is that and does housework too?
Well, will you come on and come on with me?
Whatever you need, you know that.
But I'm looking forward to the Tournament of Americas right here in Portland, matter of fact, in a couple of weeks, I think in 2 weeks. And I'm just looking forward to it, getting back on the basketball court. So it's going to be exciting for me.
All right, the Chicago Bulls defeat the Portland Trailblazers 119-106, 46 points for Michael Jordan. Join us Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Game 6, as the NBA Finals return to Chicago. Later tonight, following your late local news, it's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and special guest Bill Cosby, followed by an all-new Late Night with David Letterman, and then Friday Night Videos. For Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Albert. This has been a presentation of the NBA on NBC.
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by Delta Airlines. We love to fly, and it shows.
The preceding has been a presentation of NBC Sports, network of the games of the 25th Olympiad.
Hi, I'm Jay Leno. We got a great show tonight. Bill Cosby is going to be here from National Public Radio, Nina Totenberg, and the music of Joe Public. In fact, I may even be wearing different clothes.
Dog sitting drives Elaine to the edge.
Pick up your dog tonight or he has humped his last leg.
On Seinfeld, after the basketball game, NBC Sunday.
Hello, everybody. Well, the Chicago Bulls are on the brink of their second consecutive NBA championship. You want to talk about the Blazers? Do they have any life left for Game 6 on Sunday? You want to talk about the Warriors? Whatever's on your mind, we're talking NBA hoops for the next 30 minutes to 9:30. Our special guest, Gary Payton, the Oakland native, now the Seattle Supersonics. You want to get on Gary for knocking the poor old Warriors out of the playoffs. Gary, you happy there? You look like you had your money on, on Portland?
No, not really. I would want Portland to win because they're in a division. But right now, you know, I think the Bulls are playing a little bit too strong, and they're doing a lot of things that make them champions, and Portland is not. But I think they still got a little life. I think they can go to Chicago and pull out one and put it to 7 games.
All right, Gary, hang on. Your calls for Gary Payton, and we'll go one-on-one with you. 30 minutes, straight ahead.
Now here's something the man of the family can appreciate. The Sonata V6. It's so well built and worry-free. It comes with free service and maintenance in addition to the regular warranty. But all you pay for is gas. So a guy can just take off, let the V6 rip be free, and be back in 52 minutes. The 92 Sonata from Hyundai. Yes, Hyundai.
See your Hyundai dealer now for a $1,500 rebate on Sonata. Heck, bring the whole family.
Better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. Better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. Better stop.
This Tuesday, let us give you a gift of memories. San Francisco in the 60s. Tuesday night at 7, only on Channel 4.
Bogey's off your way. What's he doing? I think he's trying to pass.
DHL, faster to more of the world.